The other day, you didn't want this on. Let's see what this is like. Don't think it makes much difference today. So I don't know what that was about. Hello, hello. Hello, everybody. Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Sorry, I'm a couple of minutes late. I was just feeding the dog and then getting her back on the bed and setting out the blankets and things. I mistimed it by a minute or two. You know how these things go. Cheers to you early birds that have arrived nice and early, especially the ones that have hit the thumbs up already. That's nice. I'll just give it a second or two and wait for people to arrive. But cheers, folks. I'll move those. I don't know why. I'm going to give it a go with those out of the way. Although, maybe not. Roger, DJ Sun. Hello, hello. Cheers, Friday night, folks. It's the weekend. The weekend begins here. When I was a teenager, the weekend began Thursday night in the Carlton nightclub in Morecambe. Thursday was the Carlton. Friday was the Blue Rhapsody. Saturday was mainly just a pier hotel, just a pub. But such was life. Terry, hello, hello. Hello, folks are arriving already. That's good timing. People are arriving nice and quickly. I guess I should introduce my co-star. I'm on a short lead. Hold on. Undo that. Do that. Do that. She is. Look at her. I just put the blanket over. That won't stay there long. She won't just sit there with that over her. But here's my girl. Hello, baby. We just had foods. We've just been for a late night walkies. Our last walkies tonight, probably. Unless this stream goes on late, in which case I might take her out at 2 or 3 in the morning. But I don't think it's going to be one of those kind of streams. But you never know. I don't think I've got anything to talk about. Whereas last week was quite exciting's not the right word, is it? Eventful. Last week was eventful. 2 hours of stand-up knockdown fistfights, kids throwing stones, 3 days of storms. It was reportedly going to be 4, but that got cut short. Still got a video waiting to be released. I was putting all the bits together today and giving it a final watch through, and I realised it didn't really have an ending. So I just recorded something tonight, just waffling through what happened after and how it was all a bit of a non-entity in the end. Apart from the field nearly flooding. But so I'll try and get that out tomorrow. I've still got a video to get out which was meant to be released on the anniversary of my 3rd anniversary of being homeless, and that got delayed, and so I was going to release it on the 3rd anniversary of being in this field, but that got delayed. I'll get that out eventually, folks, probably, maybe. And I do want to get back on top of proper TrampCast proper. Okay, let's begin properly. Mr. S, hello, hello. Hello, Marie. She's so cute, poor girl. She is indeed. She is both cute and a poor girl. Oh, let me remember to plug this back in. She is indeed. We'll get to it. I'm going to give you a quick run through of... It's not, like I said, it's not an eventful week, but I'll give a quick summary. We are going to bring back TrampCast proper. I've been saying that for about a month, and it had been gone for about 2 months before that. I got a lot of catch up to do. If I can overcome the inertia and get going with it, we should be able to rapid fire quite a few off on consecutive days. Maybe get through 3 or 4 per week for the next ketchup. Indeed, we need to ketchup, but will it be tomato or mushroom? There are other ketchups, folks. Ketchup is a process, not a specific product. I once heard an American ask, why do you specify tomato ketchup? Well, because there are other fucking ketchups, you dumb shit. Mushroom being the most prevalent one, but I believe walnut ketchup is a thing. So nuts and fruits can be ketchuped. Anyway, where was I? I've gone off on one again, haven't I? I've gone off on one again. I am Delta Mike. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, a guy I play on the internet. Sorry, I'm distracted by flies, or it might even be a mosquito. It's very small. Delta Mike, down and out. A tramp, a hobo, a homeless person, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. What are the next? What comes next after bum? There's a whole bunch. I can never remember the bloody list. Someone who lives rough or on the streets, or in my case, in a field. That's how it ends. I maybe missed a few in the middle. Did I say vagrant or did I miss it? I may well have missed vagrant. Vagrant and indigent should follow one another. In Torrevieja. So Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Torrevieja is a city on the southeast coast of Spain. It's definitely a fucking mosquito. And I think I just plucked it right out of the air. Although I don't see any detritus in my hand, so I may have just missed. Which would really surprise me. Sorry about that. I never did master silencing. Can I do that here while I'm on? Oh, I'm not sure. This could be tricky. What's it called? When your phone shuts the fuck up. It's none of those. It's not there. Hold on. Why is that not there? Multi-control interpreter, scan QR. Do not disturb. That'll be the one, will it? Oh, come on. How many windows do I have to scroll out of? Let me know. If that's muted me or something, then that's no good, but I think that might be the right setting. Let me go. I gotta go. Okay, folks, if you are here and you're watching, you want to have chat open, and you want live chat. Ismo, my friend, we're about to talk about you. Stay with us. Mr. S, Mr. Sharafshire there. Did you change the lighting? I had the light on above me a minute ago and it seemed fine. That doesn't. The other day it all went misty when that was on, and that makes hardly any difference. So I turned it off because I do have the big lantern on, but I think I've got on the middle setting, so that would be low. That would be high. That's usually too much. I went for middle, but actually, what do you think to that? That's the low. Hey, babe. Hey. Hey. Come here. I don't hear anything. Hey, babe. Hey. I don't hear anything. Thank you for the warning. Thank you. No, that's enough now. Thank you for the warning. I'll listen out and let you know if you need to go and bite somebody. Back in the day, I could send her out to protect the camp. Nowadays, I kind of just have to pretend a little bit. She still thinks that she can go and attack and take control. Just doesn't work out that way. Let me know, by the way, guys, the brightness. I'm on the lowest setting. Is this good enough? The lantern will last a lot longer on this setting than on the other two. It's something like on the brightest it will last 4 hours. The middle setting it'll do up to 8, I think. It'll do up to 16 on this setting. I know we're not doing a 16-hour stream, but I like to have a light available to me through the night. There was Ismo arriving. I was working backwards, wasn't I? There was Oscar. Hello, super enriched. Oscar's in the house. Lurking. There was Marie saying she's cute, poor girl. Yeah, agree on all counts. There's me saying, yes, I'm aware of the typo in the name. In the name of the stream. I can't remember what the typo was, but it wasn't good. But I had 4 or 5 attempts at fixing it, and it went live every time. Mr. S says middle. I'll wait for some other opinions. Low is doable. Middle is preferred. Nobody else has said anything. I'm going to wait and see. I'll wait for a couple of other people to chime in. Okay, folks, thumbs up if you would. And we'll begin, I guess. We're nearly 11 and a half minutes in, and it's been a quiet week. It's been a quiet one. How about you guys? How's your week been? Roger wants more light. Okay. Well, I will accept the 2 votes that we've had so far for more light. See whether I can perch myself up a little bit better as well. I think we've got a car coming down the road. That's no good. Here we go. That's about as good as I can do, I think. I'm in the screen. I'm in shot. Sometimes it's not. You okay, babe? How's my tea? Yeah. All fed and watered and feed and pooed. Not so much sure about the pooed. You didn't do the doing. How's the weather been? The weather's been okay this week on the whole. We had a couple of cloudy days. We had a cloudy day where the day after was forecast to be cloudy again, and I was a little unsure on the power management. But we haven't had substantial rain. I think we have had some rain, but nothing noticeable. Spitting rather than proper real rain. Had the kids back one day throwing stones, but I think it was a younger bunch. They were standing further back and throwing weaker, and only one of the group, only one stone hit at the bottom of the tent at this end. So that was just, I think, as a young, I think maybe the youngest kid from the other group the other week, maybe he's brought, like the youngest kid has brought a different bunch with him, and they've had a go, and they've run off straight away and just waved from a distance. I got some very, very shaky camera footage because I accidentally went straight to ×10 magnification, so it's all over the place. But they will have got the idea. I think I was doing it with a tablet. I think they would have got the idea. They would have got the idea that they were caught on camera, so they're going to be a little bit wary, I think. Mr. S doesn't understand the stone throwing. I'm something to do, aren't I? I'm a target to be got at. If I'm honest, I might have done some. I don't think I did, but I might have done something similar when I was their age. Young lads do stupid things. Young people make daft decisions. And I was a young person once and made daft decisions. Not that one. We used to light fires in the woods. This is England, very wet. Usually we're doing this in autumn or winter. When it's gone dark and we're playing like a hide and seek, but with a torch. I think it's called something like Jack Shine a Light. I was never young, says Mr. S. No, maybe you weren't, mate. Maybe you weren't. I was young and daft, climbing trees, conkers, stealing apples out of fields. Oh, what else did I do? We had there was a plant when I was on holiday in Cleethorpes. There was this big kind of cabbage-like plant almost like a big dock leaf, but it wasn't a dock leaf. We'd take the leaves and fold them up and throw them. This was like on a traffic island, a roundabout, and we'd throw them and try and get them to hit the windscreen. And of course, usually they wouldn't. The kind of the slipstream from the car, the wash of the air coming over would carry these big leaves away. But very occasionally we'd get one. Young, dumb. I'm not going to say the rest of that quote, but no, we were younger than that. We were 8, 9, 10. Like the youngest of these bunch, the bunch the other day. The other ones are older. The other ones are more of a problem because they're 13, 14, 15. But yeah, what can you do? Young people do daft stuff, and I was young and did daft stuff. I guess these things come back to haunt you. Come back to it. What's the? Oh, who was the philosopher? Hell is other people. European, possibly French sounding name or Dutch sounding name, maybe. Hell is other people. It's 3 names. One of them's not a Jean, is it? I don't think it is. Hold on, I'll get there before you. Jean-Paul Sartre. Told you it sounded French. I haven't got there yet. I haven't even logged into the device. Hell, these other people. I'm sure it's Sartre. That's the name of a play, not just a quote. The play is No Exit, but that's where the quote is from. Jean-Paul Sartre. I got it up here, guys. I got it up here sometimes. Takes me a while to get there. Yeah. You're too late. Oh, my friend Ismo says the weather in Torrevieja next week, 4 days are 29 degrees. You got to remember where Ismo's from in Finland. It's probably minus 29 half of next week. Okay, I don't think I've missed anything. It was indeed Sartre, Mr. S, but I got there a mile before you. He just sounds French. I assume he's French, but he could be Belgique or something, I guess. If I hear French around here, they are usually from Belgium. I haven't looked. I turned it off, and I've got to type in a 4. I don't know any philosophers, says Mr. S. Yeah, you do. Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, in that order. Each one taught the next. SPA, SPA. Each one was the tutor of the following one. The Socratic method. It kind of asks questions, and grinds you down until you come up with a fallacy. Why do you think that? Yeah, but why do you think that? Why that? What led you there? And then eventually they'll say something stupid and he's got them. Basically, I mean, it's a little bit more... It's not that antagonistic, but... John Nada is from Belgium. French speaking or Walloon? I believe those are the two. Are those languages? Or is that a not race, but a grouping? I'm not sure. Ant should have a U in it, just for me to be that guy. I know I shouldn't be correcting people who are speaking in it or typing in a second or possibly even third language. Your aunt lives in France. Claims the French can hardly understand the Walloons or Wallonians. Is that how it's said? Flanders. Okay. Yeah, the poppy fields in the First World War and all that. My only real knowledge of Belgium is Hercule Poirot. That's, oh boy, I'm not even going to go there. Get myself in all kinds of trouble, folks. Get myself, that's my ignorance, the height of my ignorance. I've had one trip to Holland. I don't think I haven't been to Belgium. Kind of accidentally stepped into Germany, would it be? There's a wall 2 bricks high and in a road, and you crossed it and you were in a different country. Who knew? Oh, now you see, now we're talking foreign with each other. Suske and Whisker and Quifsche. Flemish speaking, Flanders, but I also speak French. You see, you guys amaze me. I have to admit that about most of Europe. I'm embarrassed at my inability with language. One of my aims when I came to Spain was to learn the language, and I've been so frustrated with myself and my own inability to learn it. But I fell into the usual bad habits, bumping regularly into English speakers, even if they weren't English or British or Irish, but Norwegians and Swedish and like my mate Ismo there, Finnish, occasionally the occasional Dane, but all these people speak English to greater or lesser extent, and they'd rather practice their English than hear me and my bastardized Spanish. Even the Spanish would rather practice their English than listen to me trying to talk Spanish at them. I'll be honest, I had a quite extensive vocabulary, individual words. I was no good at conjugating verbs. And over time and without using the lack of using the language, it doesn't disappear. It falls into the background, and I can read it still. If I read it, it tends to pop to the forefront sooner or later. But I can't hear it properly, especially the way the Spanish speak so rapidly, and the way that the men have this deep, deep gravelly voice. That has been very frustrating for me. I thought, I'm fairly intelligent. I should be able to learn these things, and I did learn like quite the list of words, but through misuse and I mean, living alone in a field doesn't help. But I got to the point where I could read like an Italian newspaper headline or a Portuguese newspaper headline because so many of the words are shared with Spanish. Some twists, the occasional French word that I knew, or the words that I knew from French. But no, I've deteriorated. I was never quick enough. Occasionally, like when I'm talking with the police, I can occasionally throw out the odd word to clarify a situation. Generally, they'll be coming at me with some kind of pidgin English. Then they get stuck, and maybe I can offer a suggestion of a word in Spanish that clarifies or gets us over a hurdle. And we generally make ourselves understood, even if I'm laughing at them, telling them they're wrong and that they've been a bunch of cunts. But sorry, dropping the C-bomb already. Why are you out of bed? Why? You're supposed to be under the blanket, not on top of. What happened? You're too hot. Is it not cold enough time of year yet? I could make a shock collar joke, couldn't I, with what's going on with Hassan Piker, but I won't. We'll avoid that because that leads to politics. And maybe not everybody's up on all the internet law because they're not online all day, every day like I am. Time to trim the tash and beard again, folks. I might run the hedge trimmer over it tomorrow. So Mr. S says he'd like to learn Spanish, but he's too lazy and impatient. Purple Aki. Hello, hello. Whereabouts in the UK is Purple Aki, and what does Aki stand for? Purple Aki is in Wales. Okay. Can't quite. I'm on a small phone, and the avatars are just tiny little circles. But hello and welcome. First time here, or have you been here before and lurking? It's the first time I've seen your name, I think, but you are indeed most welcome, as is everybody else. I think John Nard is the first I've seen of your name as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, you know, it's always possible that I've just got a bad memory. Wait, it's well-known fact I've got a bad bloody memory. I lose my own vocabulary at times. Although I managed to remember Jean-Paul Sartre after only about 15 seconds of trying. So that's not bad. Okay. Vitruvium, Ryan, hello, hello. Say hello to your mum next time you see her, or speak with her. Tell her that she made me miss a TrampCast Hangout a couple of weekends ago, wasn't it? Bloody Baileys. What are you doing? That was me. It was me. Baileys is just too Moorish. Did we all click like? Not everybody. You got 12 here at the minute, 11 thumbs ups. But I'm sure the people have cycled in and out. Not everybody stays for too long, but UK Richie usually just lurk. Apologies for not being more active. No, it's hey, you do what works for you, mate. You do what works for you. I'm the same. Some streams I will join. I might say hello early on, and then just sit there kind of silently in the background, and then fall asleep like I did with Scruff Dog on Wednesday, wasn't it? I said hello, fell asleep, woke up, said hello again, and I think pretty quickly fell asleep again. What can you do, folks? Such is life. You don't owe anybody. Hold on way to Ireland. You or your mum? Are you all going back? Oh, she knows. Tina's at the bottom of the bed now. She's worked her way down to the edge of the bed. She looks quite still though. I think she's going to get settled and go to sleep. I like it when she's asleep. I just sit and watch her breathing. She'd been homeless. I'm in a double bed. Having another, this is the wrong word, another creature. You can't say another person, or can you? Having another entity with you. You can hear their breathing, feel their movement. Depending on where you're lying in and on the bed, feel their warmth. Another soul. That's. I'm not religious, and that kind of leans that way, I guess. But yeah. Another entity, another being. It means so much to me. Would I have survived 3 years homeless, or 3 years and August, September, October, November? Hold on, where are we? We're not in November yet, are we? Fuck, I lose track. No, we're in October still. Okay, August 14th I was made homeless, so August, September, October. So 3 years, 2 months of being homeless. With the ups and downs, with the floods, with the running battles and shit the other week. With the ups and downs, the arrests and the police cells and things. would I have survived 3 years and 2 months without her there? That's a serious question, because I've mentioned this before, and I know there's limits what you can say on YouTube, so I've got to be careful. But there was one time where I seriously thought about it. And it was the thought of, what do I do with, or what becomes of Tina? Was the main That was the main thought holding me back. I've said this before about when I first built a bed, and then I built a shelter around the bed. So the bed was basically a platform, almost a wooden bench off the ground. And then 6 broom handles and a tarpaulin. And I'd had it up for about a month, maybe 2, can't quite remember. And it split in the middle of a thunderstorm, and all this water just came in. Had a small tarp just directly over it. It was a single bed. A small tarp just covering the bed, and it pinned me. I thought I was going to drown actually under this shit, but the fact we were in the middle of a 3 or 4 day storm, and my tent had split end to end, my tarpaulin had split end to end. I was on the verge of giving up. I literally said to myself, I can't do this. I can't carry on. I can't. But then I thought, okay, I know how I'm going to go. Just head first off the cliffs into the rocks or whatever. But what do I do with her? Do I throw her off first? Oof. No. Couldn't do that. Do I go leave her behind with a note or something? No, I couldn't do that. I couldn't just leave her. She might die out in the bad weather and what have you. She might not get discovered until too late. Or she might get found, taken away, and live without me. I didn't like any of those options. The last one would have been the preferable of the bunch, but no, just having her here has been a well, I mean, we've had such good times. At times, we've had such good times. We went out the other day. I said I was going to talk about my mate Ismo, who was in chat some moments ago. I'm not religious, but shoes have souls. This is true. We're extremely lucky to have dogs. This is true. You'll tell her she had the suspicion. Yeah, okay, yeah, the Baileys. I had half the bottle that afternoon stroke evening. I had the other half, not the day after, but the day after that. So I think you're here on the Sunday, if I remember correctly. Yeah, because that's why I missed the Sunday stream. But not having Tina. Yeah. And this all goes back, what? I think I read somewhere 16,000 years is the guesstimate. So someone, I'm going to say some guy, but I don't know. Some guy maybe kills a wolf, or a wolf gets killed, and the guy finds the cubs, realizes they're going to die, and so raises the cubs. And this might have happened. I'm not saying this all happened because one guy did this thing. This might have happened many times in many different places. But, we allow the more friendly ones to breed, and we don't allow the more vicious ones to breed. Or they're less likely, I guess. And over time, dogs. I think I read 16,000 years. I don't know where I'm getting that number from. It's in here. I don't remember the specific article or source or whatever. But yeah, that's where dogs come from, isn't it? And that's, we've no idea why so many varieties. How did one animal, one breed of animal, one species manage to proliferate into so many different, what we would call breeds, variations, variants? Kind of fascinating. I don't know the answer. I don't think anybody does. Let me just backtrack and make sure. I did just see somebody saying I usually lurk. Okay, UK Richie. Apologies. Oh, okay, I did see that one, didn't I? Apologies for not being more active in chat. No apologies needed. Another soul, yeah. Manchester U. Oh, God. I got the name Kevin in my mind, but that's because of Kevin Warwick. But I think you are Kevin. Are you? Are you Kevin? Put me out of my misery. I think you're in Ireland, but you're actually Kevin, and the Manchester U. I don't remember whether that was Manchester University or whether I made that up, and whether you're just Manchester United or something. Dogs are angels, I guess. Kevin, okay. It's not everything goes away instantly. Names I'm usually pretty bad at. Faces I'm even worse. There's a lady came here a couple of weeks ago and brought me like a delivery. She dropped off a couple of bags and it was all, I didn't even look at the time I was talking with her. And as she's leaving, I said, have you been here before? I said, what's your name? And she said, Karina. And I'm going, yeah. She brought me like a 16, little old lady, right? She, way back, I don't know how long ago, but she brought me this. I heard her like a trolley struggling down this road with all the stones and potholes, and it's not a real road; it's just a track. If you've seen no, you won't have seen that video because I haven't released it yet. With the river running, watch out in the next couple of days. The storm from last week, I'm finally gonna. I was saying earlier, I did the video and it didn't have an ending, and I finally just recorded something and just described what happened next, and just to try and. Any video needs to have a beginning, middle, and end. You know what I mean? There has to be a story. Otherwise, what is it? So I was piecing it together and I realized it didn't have an ending. I couldn't go anywhere with it. I couldn't release it. It ended abruptly. So I just did a little piece to camera. Was it yesterday or was that today? I'm not sure. Anyway, where am I? But yeah, this lady brought these things and I suddenly remember Karina, and she brought this 16-kilogram dog food through the ruts and the road is literally washing away. And what's also happening is the cars drive down and the wheels are churning either side, so you've got two ruts, but then you've got this crown in the middle, and they're all bottoming out on it, scraping the oil pan or whatever it's called, all sump oil pan. But months and months ago, maybe 2 years ago, I don't know. She brought Tina a 16-kilogram little old lady, pulling 16 kilograms of dog food down a mud track, a very stony mud track. Oh, hold on. Okay, I'm seeing different dates for domesticating wolves into dogs or similar. I saw 12 and I saw 15. My recollection was 16, but my recollection can be off. Wolves are incredible if a bit bitey. There are people that have wolves as pets to this day. And the differences, let me think. They stand with their legs further. Do they stand with their legs further apart or closer together? There's a difference in the shape of the snout, the muzzle, whatever you want to call it. And of course, you've got the eyes and the colour of the eyes. But they are fantastic beasts. I've also seen videos of people who keep foxes. And there's a lot of debate about whether foxes are an offshoot of dog or not. I think a lot like hyena. There's a lot of debate of whether hyenas are closer to cat or dog. That's fascinating. To look at, a dog. A hyena's a fucking dog. Just to look at, but the genetics are pointing otherwise. That's interesting, isn't it? I find that. I mean, maybe you don't, but I do. I find that fascinating. Hold on, let me. Wolves are incredibly a bit bitey. They are a bit bitey, and especially when they're wild and hunting as a pack at night, and they sense that you're okay. Kevin's off. Buenas noches. Flying visit from Kevin. Good night, mate. Ryan's heading off to Ireland, turning 40 on Tuesday. Okay. Dogs are fantastic. We're extremely lucky to have them. Yeah, you could argue whether it's luck or not because we created them. Does that sound like a little bit of an overstatement? We crafted them, perhaps. See, cats is. I was always more of a cat person. What's that caught on? Oh, fuck. That's a really long lead and shouldn't be. Here we go, folks. I'm back. I don't know what that lead's caught on. On again. Fuck. I'm still here. Just. Apparently. Okay, yeah. It can go either way, can't it? Something with the eco flow. Something's moved or trapped a wire or something. And now I'm laying on a different wire. Okay. Oh, a bit more flexibility with the cable. Sorry, folks, that was all a little bit uncoordinated. What can you do? It's a fucking tramp in a tent in a field, isn't it? Oh, look at that. And now when I reach for my beer, my hand's right in front of the camera. It's all going wrong. Cheers. I got no idea of the time. 1:15 on 42.5. What size power station you got? I've got an EcoFlow River 2, which is about 250 or 260 watt hours. 100 watt solar panel outside. There you go. I preempted you. 100 watt solar panel outside. Nominally 12 volts, but 18 volts open circuit. I don't know what that means. I've had people try and explain it to me. When something goes wrong, it's 18 volts, and that's the number that you have to take into account for what you connect it to, because stuff can go wrong and you don't want to be blowing stuff up. But when they sell them in the shops, they sell them as 12 volt panels. A sweary? I've never heard of that, sweary. All Powers, Jackery Bluetti, obviously EcoFlow that I said. Sweary, I don't know. 100 watt panel, yeah. Messi Vida. I'm not even sure what brand my I think, to be honest, solar panels are a commodity. I don't think brand names matter when it comes to the solar panel. As long as it outputs what it's branded as, Chinesium. Your pal bought the fridge. Okay. I communicated with him. He's here, isn't he? I communicated with him. Did he tell me he'd bought it? I might just not be remembering. Yeah. DJ Son in chat if he's still here. He's made me rethink. I was favouring something more upright, a fridge with a cool box, a freezer box at the top. But I mean, what he told me was that the deep freeze style, that the opening lid, the cold air sits in the bottom. You don't lose the air every time you open it up, like you do with a large quantity of the air when you open a fridge, an upright fridge goes. Now I knew this, but I'd kind of discounted that and was leaning towards a more upright fridge with a cool box. He's made me reconsider. I'm not entirely sure which way I'm leaning on that now. As we go into winter, it's possibly less of an issue. But I've got the money now, so it might be best to get it now. I might not have the money come spring stroke early summer. Can a guy living in a field reliably keep, a couple of hundred notes in the bank or in PayPal? A roto-molded cooler. Got no idea. I had so for those of you that are new, I had a cool box last year, one of those electric cool boxes. Somebody give me which way around this is. I've lost the word. So it's not a compressor, it's the other thing, the electro. There's one word for the thing that detects cold, and there's one for something that moves the heat around. Electro is going to be in the name somewhere, but it's not a compressor. The ones I'm looking at now are compressor driven, but they have to be camping fridges to work from the cigarette socket, the 12-volt socket on the EcoFlow. So maybe I'm at the minute leaning back towards the, almost like a cool box, opens at the top, but it's compressor driven, not I haven't got the other word. Thermocouple was one. I think the thermocouple is the thing that detects heat, and it's like a thermometer. And then there's another thing that actually moves the heat around. I might have that backwards. Thermocouple and... You see, I hang out with these technical guys on these technical channels, but I'm the least technical person when it comes to some of this shit. You stare up a lot, and that is a symptom of your cherubism. Supposedly, when I'm looking straight, you can see the sclera, the white under the, what's the coloured part? Is that the iris? There are bones pushing up, and they push the eye slightly upwards. So when I think I'm looking at something, I'm a little bit upwards anyway. Me looking up tends to just be me being more ponderous and more thoughtful, and because I am struggling with my memory. I thought I had, I don't like to say this because there's some people here who have got relatives that suffer with Alzheimer's. My mum had deteriorating memory. She wasn't actually diagnosed with Alzheimer's, but she'd been getting my name wrong for 25 years. She would cycle through everyone else's name in the family. Occasionally, this would include my sister's name. So when I started to feel, I used to be good in like pub quizzes and crosswords, and when it started to just not get there, not make the connections, about 12, maybe 15, maybe not 15, let's say 12 or 13 years ago, I started thinking, maybe this is a thing, maybe this is something. Maybe I should enjoy life now. And my idea was to semi-retire, move to Spain, and carry on working from here. That kind of didn't work out. But I had 6 years of being a normal person in an apartment and, living a normal life. But now the cherubism, that's, I don't know. I don't think I've talked about that too much. So have you been hanging around a while then, Marie? Or maybe you've just dipped in at random and landed on one of those posts where I do talk about it. I'm not sure if it's in TrampCast 001 or not. I'll have to go back and watch that again one day. They retain ice for 5 to 7 days. This is your Swery S500. Oh no, that was a power bank. The Mesu Vida. Is this a Spanish brand? Vida being life, Mesu, I'm not sure Mesu. Mesa is like what? You've got table and you've got month and stuff that are similar words. Oh, Rotomolded is the cooler. Sorry, I confused myself. You stare up a lot. I think that's just me getting confused and thinking, concentrating. What's the there's a science of looking at people. Well, I don't know if science is the right word. It might be a pseudoscience. When you're making up something, you look a certain way, and when you're thinking and trying to recall, you look a different way. There's up and left, up and right, down, left, down, right. I don't remember what it's called, but it started off as a body language kind of thing, and it's now become... It's 3 letters, isn't it? It's similar to computer-aided something, or computer... It's not computer, but it's the same initials as this other thing. See, this is how my mind works. I can't remember the word I want, but I can remember something that's similar, and sometimes that gets me a pathway to where I want to go. And these mental hooks, these cognitive frameworks. But if you can't quite remember the thing, if you can't even remember the other hook that links to the thing, you don't get there. And that is me so often nowadays. Has to be compressor driven. Peltier cooling is too inefficient. This is what I found. Not just too efficient, just didn't get cool enough. Peltier, that was the word I couldn't get earlier. Yeah. Peltier. Now when I first got my cool box, the Peltier thing would get it down around 13 or 14 degrees. Not cold enough to be a fridge, but certainly cooler than the 38 or whatever degrees that I was living in inside the tent. But then it got an infestation and it got encrusted with stuff in the mechanism, dead insect or whatever. Couldn't get in to clean it. I cleaned all the box out and everything, and I powered it up again. Everything that was in there was dead. But it was in the mechanism inside, in between the 2 layers of the lid. There's some mechanism under the lid, which I got into and got cleaned out. We're getting into the lid. And this year it wouldn't go below 20 degrees during summer. And that's just that's... Butter's still melting. Butter and margarine and stuff are still melting. Food's going off within 3 days still, or overnight sometimes. That just wasn't good enough, which is why I want a proper compressor-driven one. And in fairness, there was a bloke in here, Donegal Overlander, another Richard, who told me this up front, and I didn't listen. And so I wasted the €100. Well, that was the other thing. I was persuaded by cost. It's not just that I didn't listen. I did. His advice was in the mix. I mean, it was in the. But when you look at these fridges and fridge freezers and stuff now, and they're 250, 300, €350, 110 or whatever this was, 100, somewhere between 100 and 120, not quite sure. For the cool box that I do have, it seemed like it was worth taking a chance on. And for the first summer, it was okay. I mean, it wasn't great, but it was okay. But this once we got past winter and I realised I'd left some food in and it had got infested, I cleaned out all the obvious, but there's bits I just couldn't get to. I still think it could probably be power washed and rinsed through, left for a couple of weeks, and then plug it in and take a chance. It either shorts out or it doesn't. Risking the EcoFlow though. It's supposed to have certain protections. I don't know. I've never put them to the test, have I? But no, I am considering buying a fridge is what I need. Fridge with cool box would be to be able to make ice, like ice cubes, or maybe freeze litre bottles of water, or maybe rapid cool, like in summer, if I could rapid cool 3 cans of beer, drink one and put 2 under my neck or under my armpits or something, get cool. When you're sitting in a tent that's approaching 50 degrees C, a bit of cooling would be nice, don't you think? So those are my thoughts on that particular, on that, yeah. But I was looking at the chest ones. See, the one that Ryan's got it's a small compartment alongside a large compartment, chest freezer style, a lot like the cool box. But the big compartment can either be a fridge or a freezer. It goes like down to -20 or -30 or something. I mean, it's crazy. The little compartment is only ever a fridge. My worry, I'm very disorganized. So I'll have to go digging through these different compartments. It'll be a mess in there. And worse than that, you give me a flat surface, I'm going to pile shit on it. Let me show you. I'll show you an example of this. I'll just put this down here, but you'll get the same idea because, hold on. I maybe need to just turn this light on here. So you got the phone stand. Here's the beer that I'm drinking. There's 2 in reserve behind with the lamp on. And then there's glasses and a bottle of the alcohol solution I've been cleaning my wounds with. There's kitchen roll. And then there's a bag of salt for some reason back there. You give me a flat surface, like up there, look. And I'll have a meal and get some ketchup and some mayo, and a month later they'll still be there because flat surface. Let's see what she's at. I haven't seen Tina in a while. There she is. Are you asleep, babe? No, you got your head up. You got your head up a little bit. You're awake. Hey, babe. Hey. Come on. Hey. I don't know whether she's in shot or not. Hopefully she is. Hey, babe. Can I tickle you there? Give you a nice tickle, your favourite tickle. Yeah. Hey. Okay, babe. You were supposed to be under this blanket. Why are you not under the blanket? Can I bring it around here? Bring it around here and then put it over you. Because that'd be nice. Tucked in. You got to be nice and tucked in with Daddy. Oh, I was going to say my real name there. Daddy Delta Mike. For anybody new, I am not Mike. My real name is not Delta Mike. But, you know, NATO phonetic alphabet with my initials. Just, whoa. A tennis racket of death is suddenly striking. It's kind of a fly swatter, stood upright, waiting for the... I've been got bad these last few days. I'm running out of fly spray, and because the carpet got wet through in the floods, flies, just fucking hundreds and hundreds of flies. So I've left the fly swatter on. The fly swatter, it doesn't do much through the day. At night, it's the little light underneath that attracts them in. In the day, when it's bright all around, nothing. But I see we're coming up on 1 hour. Ah, you're a medic. You saw my post explaining cherubism. Yeah, when I was a kid, nobody knew what it was. There was like bloody 6 doctors in the country who'd even heard of it. I was at the, I was a patient, I was an outpatient, just a few hours every 3 months or 6 months at Charles Clifford Dental Hospital in Sheffield. And the professor I was under, can't remember his name, possibly Burke? Oh, that might have been the doctor. There was a professor. So there was this guy, 1 minute he was a doctor, then you didn't call him doctor, you had to call him Mister. Because he'd got his proper doctorate. When a doctor gets an actual doctorate, they're no longer doctor. Don't know if you know this, folks. Doctors don't have doctorates. When they get a doctorate, now they're a specialist and they'll only be called Mister. But then, every now and again, one of them becomes a proper real professor. Not just professor as in school teacher or a name. It's an actual, they get a chair. Yeah. But yeah, they get a proper award. So if you've got a doctorate and have made significant contributions in your field, your peers might select to make you a professor. And I had this guy who went through all these stages just while I was a kid, while I was growing up. And they're taking all these 3D stereograms of my face, x-rays. And my mum saw a page from a journal one day and she said, that's him. That's just from the x-ray of my face. Yeah. We all have brain farts. Yeah, mine started to become more. So I'm in a quiz team, and I used to just get more than my share of the answers, and then we had to start playing. Oh, it's like charades, but with words. The example that I gave was that guy. You know that guy, that actor. He married that girl. He was in that cop program in San Francisco with the guy with the big nose. So everyone gets Karl Malden and say, yeah, but that's not him. That's the guy he was with. The other guy that was with Karl Malden. And so we get to Michael Douglas eventually. But it was like fucking 3 hops. That guy in that cop show. San Francisco. The guy with the big nose. And then they get, just too many hops. And you're doing all this, and the people on the next table are seeing or hearing the clues. So we started doing less well. Fair play to the other guys. I mean, we'd get there with most of the thing. I knew it. And the connections are kind of almost there, but they're not. So we're having to go around the houses and rely on other people to bring them in. It was really noticeable. Okay, UK Richie. Instant recall is a hell of a superpower. I can usually tell you the answer after the conversation has ended. Do you have those ones where it's like 3 in the morning, you suddenly get the fucking answer? That's all right if you live stream and it's 2:59 and you get the answer at 3 in the morning. But if you ended the live stream at midnight and it's 3 or 4 in the morning, that's like when someone says something clever to you as an insult and you want a comeback and you think of it like 5 hours later. What are you supposed to do? I just found that I'd reached a stage in life where my ability to recall and to come up with the right answer quickly enough dropped off, and we end up playing this. And sometimes I give myself the fucking clue. I can literally, if you watch long enough, you'll see me do it. Didn't I do it earlier? What was I looking up? I went to look something up because I'd spent 30 seconds trying to remember it and couldn't get there. And I started to type it in on Google and I got the answer before I finished typing. In 2 or 3 hops, 2 or 3 mental links. It's kind of impressive in its own way when it works. How you can go around the houses and give yourself a clue to an answer that you don't know. Or that you can't recall at the time. I mean, it is in there, but kind of impressive in its own way, but I'd rather just not look a fool and just say what I'm thinking and join the dots more quickly. Let me just scroll back. Have I even... Oh, I am on live chat. Have I said this already, folks? If you're on YouTube, you need to have chat open, but it defaults to top chat, which ditches about a quarter of all messages. So you want to have, what do they call it here? Live chat, all messages are visible. You want to have live chat rather than top chat. I'm just scrolling back in case I've missed anything. See, I'm going to look that up. If Purple Aki is still here. Roto-molded. Roto-molded. I'm going to play this back tomorrow. And catch that name. And oh, why is it every time I go live I get an itchy nose? Let's have a roll call. Who's still here? Some of you have just lurked off into the background. Just give us a reminder of who's here. More thumbs ups are always welcome, folks. My understanding is you hit 20 and YouTube just push out a few more alerts and advertise the stream a little bit more. I am only a small channel. Not sure of the numbers at the minute. It seems to have dried up. It's not progressing. It's not growing. UK Richie's failing to lurk. Okay, we got anybody else who's still here? I know some of you guys that are that have been talking the last 5 minutes are here. Actually, not that many talking in the last 5 minutes. Oh, it's jumping about a bit. Oscar, super enriched, is still here. Remind me, Oscar, where are you? You're on the East Coast somewhere, if I remember right. Have I got that right? I'm not sure I have. For some reason, I had Cleethorpes in my head, but you're not. But are you somewhere around there, Mablethorpe or somewhere? Or am I off by a mile? I'm not sure. I haven't had an email from you in a while. Edwin Stone Knots. You see, I was off by a fucking mile. Sorry. Bad memory, what did I tell you? I've never even heard of it. Edwin Stowe, was it? Or Edwin Stott? Edwin Stowe Knots. I got no idea. I thought you were coastal. Does Nottinghamshire have coast? Isn't it central? Oh, fuck. You're down below Lincolnshire. Not in workshop and all that, yeah? My geography's... Okay. Charles Clifford Dental Hospital. In Sheffield, yeah? Okay. For me, that was 3 bus rides. And so it cost 6pence. Six pence. New pence. South Yorkshire at the time had a thing of subsidising bus fares. Every 10 miles was 2 pence for a child and 5 pence for an adult. And Barnsley's I think, well, I wasn't in Barnsley, but I'm in the Barnsley. I was in the Barnsley area. I think it was roughly 25 miles from where I lived, a place called Darfield, to Sheffield. That's my understanding as a kid. We had to pay that third lot of 2 pence. Quite a long bus ride because these are just normal. But this is like not an express. This isn't. This is stopping at every 200 meters all the way there, potentially. That's interesting. Charles Clifford Dental Hospital. I've no idea. I've never looked up who Charles Clifford is or was. Well, was. I'm assuming he was some early. What's the word I'm looking for? Orthodontist. Give me a second, folks. Bear with me. Charles Clifford Dental Hospital. Yeah, but who was Charles Clifford? Photographer. That's not him. Doubt that he was the first Speaker of New Zealand House of Representatives. Okay, let's make a change. Let's go for who is Charles Clifford Dental Hospital named after. Hospital. This is too long a query, isn't it? Named after or named for? Named after, we'll go with. That's more British. The Charles Clifford Dental Hospital is named after Colonel Sir Charles Clifford, who was the commander of the Sheffield Territorial Artillery and the 126th Brigade Army Field Artillery. He was instrumental in establishing the hospital. I was expecting him to be a doctor or a facial surgeon. Maxillo. What's the full phrase? Is it just maxillofacial? The hospital was founded by him to provide dental services for the people of Sheffield. Hold on. The hospital celebrated its Golden Jubilee, marking 50 years of service in 2003, which means it opened in 1953. I thought we would have been named after someone much longer ago, much further back. Okay, you live and you learn. I hope you enjoyed that little journey, folks. I'm sorry for those of you who don't give a fuck, but I spent a lot of time in dental. First I went to Barnsley. Was it Barnsley Royal Infirmary? It closed in the end, but I would go there every 3 months or so for certain measurements and to see some people. And I think once every 6 months we went to Sheffield. So I'd have these days off school. Half a day, I think, for the Barnsley one, but full days for the Sheffield one. We could go there. We could have a 9 o'clock appointment and not see anybody while 11:30, and then see somebody, and then have to go and sit back in the waiting room. And then they'd bring this big frame out. Well, no, they'd take me in, and I'd be within this, and they'd do these paint white dots everywhere, and then take this stereoscopic photograph, like a 3D photograph. And they were measuring how far out my cheeks were sticking because they were sticking out way more than they should, both here and down here. It's always fun when we got a new teacher at school, and invariably, you boy, come here, take that gobstopper out of your mouth. There is no gobstopper, sir. I've got this kind of face. Boy, open your mouth. Let me look. And the whole class would be laughing because they know. They've seen this. They've seen this every time you get a standing teacher. Yeah, nowadays you'd sue probably over that kind of stuff. I've said as well about the school photographs. When you have your school photograph and you have your individual picture and then you have the class photo. And about a third of the class would return the class photo. And so you get given it for free to take home and your parents decide what to keep and what not. And then they purchase what they want. And everyone obviously keeps their kid's photo. But a surprising proportion of my class didn't keep the class photo. And quite a vocal it was a minority, but some of them were quite vocal in saying, no, my mum and dad said, no, he spoils the picture. And then they'd hand the class photo back and they wouldn't buy the class photo. I don't know why I'm looking back on that with kind of fondness and smiling. It wasn't nice at the time. Wasn't nice at the time. David Schofield, hello. Been a while. I haven't seen you in a while. I said way back. You see, the time I'm talking about at school, I had a teacher called David Schofield. It's not you, but East Midlands. Yeah, okay. Good evening, David. Was referred next door to the Royal Hallamshire for op. Oh, where did I have my surgery? Oh, we moved over the Pennines. I had my facial surgery at the Royal Lancaster Infirmary. No, I didn't. Beaumont Hospital, which coincidentally, well, not is it a coincidence? I had no idea where that was. My mum didn't know where that was. She didn't know how to get there. We had to get there. She had to get there and drop me off when I was 15. Then she had to get there every day for the 2 weeks or so that I was in. And it turns out she'd walked the longest, most circuitous route there and back every day. Every second day, because it was a hell of a walk. But I got married and lived on Beaumont Street, directly opposite where the Beaumont Hospital was. In fact, it was still there when I moved in. It got flattened and turned into a housing estate later. For my mum to get there, it would have been 2 bus rides, one into Lancaster and then one out of Lancaster in kind of the wrong direction. And then 2 bus rides home. But we didn't know this. We had no concept. We had no idea, no concept of where Beaumont was. I think I've told this one as well. This was in the. Well, you can't really call it the smallest. I'd left school, and I ended up going into the 6th form. And when I got there, this girl, this really pretty girl, we'd been back at school. We'd been back in 6th form about 2 months, almost 3. And she turned to me in front of a room full of people one day, and she goes, "Oh yeah, I thought you were going to get your face fixed this year." 3 months after I'd had the operation. That was nice. That was nice. They went in through the eyelids. They went in down that way, and they also went in. They cut. If you lift your lip and you push your fingers far up as you can, they cut that away and lifted my face off, and went in with power tools to shave off shave the bones. More to even them out than to remove them. I had hellish cheekbones. You won't be able to tell that now. There's a good covering of fat. But I had hellish cheekbones, but they were it wasn't just that they were big; they were uneven. So I had people go in with the angle grinder and pneumatic drill to remove some bulk and even them up. But yeah, what was she called? Cynthia. Oh, I do know it, but I'm not going to get it. Cynthia. Pretty young lady, but not very nice. To me, at least. Hold on. UK Richie says that was a hell of a good deal. What was? Have I got movement in here, or is it me? I haven't primed the mouse traps for a while. I haven't seen any signs of anything, but I was just hearing rustling plastic. But then I just realised I've got my elbow on a bag of coins here. Mainly 2s and 1s. There'll be the odd 5 and 10 cent piece. That was a good deal. Don't know what that was to do with. Scrolling forwards again, I'm coming back to the front. Good buses and trains in the UK. Well, this is back in the 70s. We certainly had okay buses in South Yorkshire at 2p for 10 miles, or 5p for an adult. Trains, yeah, we could have taken a train to Sheffield, but then we wouldn't have known where to get the bus, so we just took buses from the start. That sounds brutal. The kids with the photographs, yeah, it was. There was a lot of. Nowadays they'd call it bullying. I wouldn't. I'd call it. I separate teasing from bullying. If you're not being hit with a stick or a stone, or a punch, it's teasing. Too many people fall on soft fucking words now for things, but. I'm not sure if that's what it was. I thought, Oscar, I just thought I remembered Mablethorpe or something, but I maybe just got a different person. I don't know. Oh, the bus prices was the hell of a deal. Yeah, it was massively subsidised. I remember London wanted to do the same thing at some point, and they were stopped. I think there was a court decision stopping them from subsidising things too far, because London in particular, the locals are paying with their what was rates at the time before council tax, community charge, whatever it became. Locals were paying for it, but like 50% of the journeys would just be by foreigners, by tourists, and it was deemed illegal or unfair or some such by the courts. London wanted to do the same thing but weren't allowed. And I think once they were told they couldn't do it, I think South Yorkshire had to stop. I'm dragging up memories from when I'm like 8, 9, 10 years old. I'm not entirely sure. But it was something like that. So I think it had to stop in the end. Sorry folks, I'm picking up my nails because I've lost my nail clippers. And I'm at that stage where some of the nails are like so long, they're starting to just break off on their own. And sometimes in really low, inconvenient places. The nail clippers they're going to be here. I mean, you've heard my stories. You've heard about me losing a jacket potato in bed for 2 hours. What was the other one? When I took the batteries out of my fan stroke light, I don't know where that is at the minute again, look. Is it on here? It's not here, is it? When I took the batteries out and charged the batteries, it took me 2 weeks to find the fucking light again. You're living in such a confined space. You're spending so much time in bed that sometimes a strip of this bed is just things. It's, you know, like this bag of coins. I was having to copper up a few weeks ago. Got money in PayPal, don't get me wrong, I'm not on the beg. But money in PayPal isn't always easy to just spend, so I was, you know, I was coppering up. I was looking for loose change to Cumberland. Does anybody still call it Cumberland? Cumbria for the last 30 or 40 years, isn't it? Bus prices in Cumberland are terrible. Stagecoach have a monopoly. Yeah, we hit a golden spot. Oh, you see, I'm talking about things like they were just last week, and I'm talking about the 90s, when I was at university. The prices with Stagecoach were getting ridiculous. And then this new company came out of nowhere. And suddenly to get into town, into Lancaster, so my bus ride would be into Lancaster and then up to the university, which is a couple of miles from the bus station. With Stagecoach, they wanted £4.50 return. And then this new company came along and it was like 50 pence into town and 75 if you wanted to go to uni. Yeah, I'm not even bothering about the return. I'll buy 2 singles if it's only 70 or 80 pence. I mean, it's just... but that was, like I said, that was what? When was I at uni? 94 to 98. 97, I was in Manchester, actually, working with Customs and Excise. What we used to call a sandwich year, which now are called internships. Management and consultancy services within Her Majesty's, hold on, Her Majesty's Customs and Excise back then. Now it's Revenue and Customs. I never adjust to new names. Snickers will always be Marathon. It just will. I can't help it, it just will. Oh, it's Cumberland again now, is it? Did we redraw boundaries as well, or just name it differently? Karen's just dropping in to say hello. Hello, Karen. Have we been busy tonight? There's not a quiz on a Friday, no? Westmoreland and Furness have split off. Good God. All this. There was talk a few years ago of Lancaster, like when it came to the police and the fire brigade and stuff like that, Lancaster was going to be hived off from Lancashire into what was then Cumbria. Can you imagine how ridiculous it is that you've got a county called Lancashire, which would basically translate as the Sheriff of Lancaster, or the Sheriff of Lancaster, and Lancaster would no longer be within its own county. You've got a county built around a city that is the historic capital of that. That the city would be the historic capital of that county, but the city was no longer going to be within its own county. Karen's had a busy day and she's got an early start tomorrow. Okay, Karen. Cheers, my friend. Night, night. And as Zebedee would say, just a little bit of a magic roundabout recollection. I started to download the first series of the Magic Roundabout, didn't I? I think I got the first 4 episodes in black and white because, you know, you got to do it properly. I should get the rest. I got the complete Mr. Ben, and then Ray Brooks went and died. The narrator. What else do I need to get? I should go and get all of those kids' programs. Some Bagpuss and Noah and Nelly all aboard the Skylark. Rhubarb and custard, anybody? Rhubarb and custard. A little bit later, Danger Mouse. What about Mary Mungo and Midge? Yeah, no, let's not dive off too much into kids TV. I lose some of you because you're not Brits, and it then becomes more difficult to keep the whole audience entertained. Sign of Nature, my favourite conspiracy theorist. How long have you been here? Is that you just, have you been lurking or have you just arrived? It's Cumberland. I didn't hear that you'd become Cumberland again. Rhubarb and custard. Richard, was it Richard Bryars? Da 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 da. I think Rhubarb and custard, the narrator, was Richard Bryars. Is he still with us? We're gonna get the whole Sign of Nature. You don't contract to this. Okay, that's a bit weird. We're about midnight. Just after. Oh, that'd be cats mating, won't it? Oh yeah, or mating or fighting. I think that's the same thing with cats. Tina girl. Tina, I know you don't like cats. I know you don't like cats. I do though. And I like to hear cats nearby because that means that the mice will be kept under some level of control. That whole mating versus fighting thing with cats. The male's got a barbed penis, hasn't he? It almost takes me to Dad's army. They don't like it up them. No, shush. Are you hearing this? It's okay, Tina. Hey. Hey. It's okay, babe. It's okay. They're not going to come and attack us. They're not saber-toothed cats. They're not saber. That's the thing. When did saber-toothed tigers become saber-toothed cats? When I was a kid, there were saber-toothed tigers, and I will not. Up with this, I will not put. I told you. Snickers and marathon. It will always be a marathon. And saber-toothed cats will always be saber-toothed tigers. Fuck that shit. You don't get to go renaming shit that I've known for 50 years. Get the fuck out of here. Sign of Nature has just started this shift, just arrived. Okay. See how long you can keep me going without getting too deep into politics, mate. I know your life revolves around it, but... Okay. An hour and a half in, and I'm about here. So we're going to be finishing this one up fairly shortly, this beer. I put in a special rush job to finish that off. Take that one. I got to put this here, and I got to balance. I got to balance the light back on there. Have I seen Fama tonight? I thought I did earlier. Are you out there, Fabrizio? I think you were early, but I'm not going to go digging right back. But he always alerts me to the dangers of standing this lamp on things because it has a tendency of coming and attacking me. There we go, folks. Cheers to the subscribers. If you're feeling left out because that didn't include you, the subscribe button's just down there. Cheers. Oh, the tennis racket of death just got another biddy. Probably a mosquito. Cheers to those who have hit the thumbs up. I tell you what I'm going to do, folks. I'm going to give you about 20 seconds to hit that thumbs up if you haven't already. And then I'm going to say cheers again to those that have hit the thumbs up. And you'll be included in the cheers. You see that? You see how that works? Here we go. We've got at least one. See whether we get another. Is there someone else out there? I want to hit that 20 because my understanding is 20 sends a signal to YouTube, and that they will alert more people that the stream is live, and potentially bring more people in. Why is my nose itching? Okay, folks. Well, I think we're there. I think we're... cheers to the people that hit the... to everyone who's hit the thumbs up so far tonight. Oh, I think I encouraged someone to hit it again. You've unliked. And you're back, okay. We haven't quite hit 20 yet, though. That's unfortunate. Let me bring chat back. Okay, there's Karen saying good night. Okay, I don't think I've missed anything. We're all just been a little bit quiet. So come on then, what kind of weeks have you all had? What kind of week have you all had? I don't think I said I was going to talk about my friend Ismo, wasn't I? So my friend Ismo came around one day this week. I'm lost on the days. Maybe Tuesday? Oh, do you know what I can do? Because I keep my notes nowadays on a device, and it shares across two devices usually without incident, but occasionally we get a clash. But I can open this up. I can scroll back a few days. Okay, Tuesday Ismo came around, first time. Uncle Ismo was coming around. Tina's Uncle Ismo, my friend Ismo. When you say to Tina, Uncle Ismo, she's alert and looking around. She thinks he's going to be here any minute. Ismo came around and brought a few beers. We sat out in the sun and took our tops off and took a bit of sun. Actually, I got a little bit red. Considering that my arms are brown anyway, I got a bit red in the two and a half hours that we sat outside. So that was Tuesday. But at the end, he suggested maybe we were talking about how we used to go for breakfast at a bar called Murph's on the seafront, Los Locos Beach in Torrevieja. And I haven't been there. Obviously, I haven't been there while I've been homeless. You know, you don't go splashing 10, 12, 15 euros on a bloody breakfast in a bar. But at the end of the conversation on Tuesday, we'd been talking about the place and memories, and I'd not been for at least 3 years. He's not been for at least 4. So he said, "Hey, why don't we go? Why don't we go tomorrow? His treat." And I've not taken Tina out with her buggy for quite a while, with her chariot. So we agreed on it, and so I think that was Tuesday. He was here for the beer. Wednesday, we went out to meet him there, and God, it was a drama getting Tina into her doggy wheelchair, into her chariot. I managed without getting too angry. I don't sugarcoat this, folks. I do have my... We argue, me and Tina, sometimes. We argue. Give me a little bugger. You take her for a 10-minute walk so she can do the doings, and then you pick her up to put her in the wheelchair, and then she shits all down you, or pisses all down you. Not this time. Not this time. When I went to pick her up, she did start peeing, but I was waiting for it. I was expecting it. Took me about 10 minutes to get her into a chariot, to get her in and set up properly. She was just struggling. I picked her up and I put her legs at the back end over this how would you describe it? Like a pole, this pipe, padded, but that goes across. So she rests her belly on there, and then her legs go through 2 levels of stirrups at the back to keep them off the ground. And when I'm trying to put her front legs, she's in like a harness, and every time I put her legs in, she pulls them back out and up and over. I got rather annoyed. Shouted at her a bit. But I got her in eventually. And she seemed a little uncertain because it's been a while since she's been in it. But we trotted off, getting her up to the top of the road because of the ruts in the road. She struggles. UK Richie, she struggles. I put her feet. So this harness has got like a strap that comes down the middle. So one leg has to go there, one leg has to go there. Harness comes up and around, and then straps over her back. She just wouldn't. She doesn't let me just get her in. 10 minutes to get her in. So now we're running a little bit late. We're behind schedule. I'm trying to get her up the road, and the road has deteriorated because of the 2 storms we've had the past 3 weeks, 2.5 weeks, whatever it's been. When I say 2 storms, this is where a storm can cover 3 or 4 days. I don't just mean it's rained 2 days. We've had 2 big fucking. If you do a search on YouTube for Torrevieja rain or Torrevieja storm, you'll see cars being washed down the road. You'll see bins washing away. You'll see streets knee deep in water or more. Beaches being washed away. This field flooded on the first of the 2 storms and was this close on this second one. My floor inside here, which is a carpet, I'm going to get rid of the carpet. It was a nice idea during summer, but it's pure plastic floor dries in a day and a half. The wet carpet's going to take a week and a half, and the flies are just in the moisture. Where was I? Tina trying to get up the road, and the road's all rutted and rutted. Is that a word? You get ruts in a road. Rutting and rutted is probably animals mating. Can a road be rutted? I don't know. I'll look it up after. Tell you the answer next week. Anyway, there's all these ruts and there's all this, and I have to try and calm her down and get her confidence again in her chariot, in her doggy wheelchair. And it takes me forever to get her to the top of the road, but once we hit smooth concrete and tarmac, we're away. And we beat my friend. We beat Ismo to the cafe bar where we're going to have breakfast, and we sit and have I have a coffee and then a breakfast, and then the question is more coffee or a canya, and Ismo decides tanky. So the question, a canya is like a half or a small beer anyway. You sometimes get 3 different measures: canya, medio, and tanky. Tanky's a pint more or less, 500ml. And actually, they've got measured glasses, which is rare to see out here in Spain. You don't usually see measured glasses. They usually go over measures. This is why you see people having like gin and tonic, and it's in a fucking goldfish bowl. You could do the little old lady doing the crystal ball reading around the some of the glasses are so big, and some bars will start pouring and will count 6, and some will start pouring and count 10, and there's no stopper or anything. There's no measure. It's just 1, 2, 3, and they stop where they want, and you can't complain because compared to a standard British measure. So the drink is cheaper than the UK, and you're getting more if you're getting a spirit or a liqueur. Beers are a bit different, but they actually had a measured. It had the 500 ml line, so it's not a pint, but it's not far off. It's roughly 9/10 of the way there, isn't it? I think a pint is 567 milliliters. It's 550 plus or minus a few. So you're only 10% out at 500. 10%, what's 10% amongst friends? But yeah, so I had a coffee, we had breakfast, and then we transitioned into a beer, just singular. And this is way after 11 o'clock by the time we're done. So don't get fucking alky, trampy alky. Does Tina drink tea? No, Tina's mainly water only. Mainly. She'll drink milk. She will drink milk, and even more so if you put an egg in it. And I get a lot of people telling me off and saying, dogs are lactose intolerant. She's not. She's not lactose intolerant. I'm the guy that picks the output up. You know? If she was lactose intolerant, one of us would know about it. I'm the guy that picks it all up and puts it into bags. I can tell when the stool is loose. So yeah, she eats a lot of things. She eats a lot of things that people say she shouldn't. Basically, anything I eat, she will have some of. Usually, about a third of anything that's mine ends up as hers. And it doesn't matter how spicy it is. Onions, garlics, curries. And I know you're going to tell me, oh, their body's not meant for it. Their body's not built for it. Their body can't handle it. Don't do human food for dogs because too much sugar and too much. She loves chocolate. Yes, I know it's poisonous. Do you know what else is poisonous? To me, that. Everything's poisonous. Oxygen's a poison. Water is a poison. The poison is in the dosage, not in the item. It's not. It's the quantity and what's the proportion, the amount, and the body mass. Small dog, big bar of galaxy, deadly poison. Big dog, couple of chunks of chocolate, no problem. It's the same. This is a poison. But we drink it all the time. I know what you're thinking. I just admitted that I drink it all the time. I'm about to make a cheese toasty. Oh, mustard. Coleman's nosebleed. Absolutely. Are we doing this on an eye level grill? You're not doing it in a frying. I hate Americans calling them toasties and doing them in frying pans. I like a nice eye level gas grill. Toast one side. turn it over, toast the second side slightly, get it going. Spread, you can maybe butter it or a little bit of marge or something, but then mustard and then cheese. Oh, Coleman's nosebleed. Now you see, if you say to an American under the grill, you totally confuse them. For any Americans that may be out there, broiler. Americans, a barbecue is a grill, and heat from above is a broiler. We call that a grill. Don't know why we do it different. I don't know, but we do. We use different words. Only have French. That's a little bit gay. French mustard's a little bit weak. It'll do. Don't get me wrong. It'll do. You just got to put more of it in there. And when it gets halfway when the cheese is halfway melted, you have to kind of pull it out, get the knife, and mix it a bit. Or you could go the whole Welsh rarebit thing, where you make is it a bechamel? Flour and butter, and then maybe a bit of milk, a little bit, and add your cheese and your mustard into the sauce. And then spread the sauce while it's still wet. Spread that on your semi-toasted second side. There's your Welsh rarebit. It's a class toast. It's cheese on toast, but then some. Welsh rarebit. Do you remember Spud You Like? Was a chain of baked potato shops. I once thought about like a chain of cheese toasty shops, where you have all these different variations and different ingredients in the cheese toasty. And you've got the question then as to whether to have it as an open sandwich, just a single slice with the stuff on, or whether you're closing it off. These are all the variations you could have, folks. There's a business idea there for somebody. I know there's a Jackie Potato fella that makes a lot of online videos. Usually when he's giving them away to homeless people, elderly people, veterans, this kind of thing. But his main business is just selling the baked potato, the Jackie potato as we would call it in Britain. A lot of Americans hear Jackie potato and think it sounds like something exotic. It's the same thing you guys just call a baked potato. And we call it that as well sometimes. But it's the fillings. It's all in the fillings and the portion size. You got to be careful mentioning portion size around Americans. Shush. I love you, you Yanks. I do. I do. I'm. We can have all the crack. We can do all the banter. A year and a half late into the war. We can do all that. And then you can talk Marshall Plan and blah, blah, blah. French mustard's better than the American yellow mustard, the squeezy bottle, the big squeeze. That's, French mustard's better than that. Is it the grainy mustard? Is it Dijon with the bits, or is it the smooth? I quite like the stuff with the bits, but I'm a bit of a contrarian. Most people prefer the smooth. Tomatoes you need to use up. Yeah, me too. But then I've got a pack of sausages and some bread buns I need to use up. Spain, folks. In a cool box, but I ran out of ice about 5 days ago. The bread's still fine. The bread buns and the sausages are both still fine. Okay, got people nearby. After the last couple of weeks, I'm a little bit on edge. If I hear kids nearby, between kind of 4 and 8, I'm on edge. And if I hear Russian sounding, I think I used the word Cyrillic the other day, but that's the alphabet. What's a Slavic? If I hear a Slavic accent at night, because I had that 2-hour running battle with the idiot last week. I don't know. I don't think they were at the top of the road. Oh, I had a weird one. What day was this? Hold on, let's just talk about this. Hold on. What day was this? This okay, there was a same day that I went for the breakfast with Tina with Tina and Ismo. So Wednesday night, a couple are walking past, man and a woman, and the guy shouts like, "Hombre, hombre." Okay, I was gone for about a second as far as I can tell. This man and woman are walking past, and he "Hombre, hombre, tiene agua?" Do you have water? And I'm like, "See, mucho." And I'm wondering, are you bringing me water? Are you asking if I need water? What? No. They want me to give them water. I've only had this 3 or 4 times in the time I've been homeless. People who stop and ask the homeless guy for stuff. The classic was the time that a couple pull up in a fucking BMW and park at the end of the road and come along and say, "You have food for us." I'm like, what? Yeah, just park your fucking BMW next to the Rolls Royce at the bottom of the fucking road and I'll feed you. Who stops and asks the homeless guy for food? That baffled me. In the end, I decided I'd put out a message saying that Friday was going to be open night in the field, and maybe I'd put some coffee on or a few hot dogs or something. But they turned up. I said this on the Thursday, and they turned up on the Thursday. So I'm not sure whether they got the day wrong, whether there was some other misunderstanding, or whether it was just a total piss take. Just park your BMW at the bottom of the road and come and the tramp will feed you. Fuck. But these guys the other day, they really worried me. I asked how many people they wanted water for, and so I got my friend Karen brings like carrier bags, shopping bags full of 1.5 litre bottles that have been refilled from the tap. They've had the proper water, the supermarket water, but they refill them from the tap and bring them to me. So I took 2 bottles out. It's dark, okay? I got no idea what's going on. They look like they're out exercising or something. When I get to them with the bottles, he starts asking, "Can we have some sugar and a spoon? And have you got any blackcurrant?" And I'm like, fuck off. In my head, I'm like, fuck off. I'm like, no. And he says, he thought I didn't understand. And I'm like, no, entiendo, pero no tengo. I don't have any. You start with water and then you want sugar and a spoon. And when he's asking for the spoon, I'm thinking, do you mean like a spoonful of sugar, or do you mean you want me to give you a spoon? Well, what do you mean? But I'm not standing there having that fucking conversation. So I just, no tengo. I haven't got. And then he thought I'd misunderstood, and I'm like, no, entiendo. I understand. Pero no tengo. I don't have. Sent them on their fucking way, I thought. So they walk off. They're coming from the coast up towards the main road. And they linger. They linger. And then they come back and they walk back down the road. And then they come back and they linger just out there on the road. They linger and linger. And I'm thinking, this is the fucking weirdest behaviour ever. So I grabbed my little paring knife because it's to hand. I've been attacked in my tent this last couple of weeks. I've had kids throw stones, and now I've got people asking the homeless guy to supply them with things, and then they don't just take it and go away. They're backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards. It's like the fucking weirdest shit ever. Anybody got any ideas? What's that about? To me, that's just plain fucking weird. So I thought I was being set up for something. I thought there was something happening. Eventually they went away and just disappeared, but I don't know, what do you do? I'm going back to top chat and then to live chat in case chat froze. I don't think it did. UK Richie, I have some tomatoes I need to use up. Yeah, I got plenty to use up myself. I just went off on one there though about other people taking from the homeless guy. Isn't that weird? I've had fucking con men trying to ask me for money to get to I had that guy one day he wanted me to give him money to get to Barcelona so he could go to Argentina. I'm like, fucking no. I'm not as green as I am fucking cabbage looking. They don't know you're homeless, then they wander around sussing that out. Possibly. You have to think that I'm just camping. Oh, he's camping, he's on holiday, he must have lots of money. Yeah, mate, that's my fucking Rolls Royce parked at the bottom of the road. Next to the BMW from the people who are asking me for food. Hello, Jack Attack. I got to do cheers to one of my mods, haven't I? Cheers, mate. Cheers, Jack. It's very weird. What could they possibly expect to achieve? I had the guy that time giving me the sob story that, oh, my mum's ill in Argentina and I need to get back to Barcelona so that I can fly to Argentina. And I had another guy needed to get back to Barcelona. I don't know, somebody's operation or something. And I'm just like, mate, just fucking. I think I chucked him €3 just to. I'm like, mate, homeless. You know? Sin hogar. Estoy sin hogar. I am without house, without home. Or the sin teco, which is another form. That's even more. You'd be homeless but staying like on a friend's couch or something. So that would be sin hogar. I don't have my own home. Sin teco is me, this, in a field or in a ditch or in a, you know. Like, not only do I not have my own home, I don't have a fucking roof over my head. That's Sinteco. But yeah, I don't know who they think they're kidding. I don't know what they think they're getting. The couple that came in a fucking BMW, I don't remember if it was a BMW or a Merc. I mean, who gives a fuck what the difference is? Parked down the bottom and then said, you have food for us. Do I? Okay. I thought maybe medical emergency, maybe some kind of diabetic issue. She's taken the insulin and then they've been out too long and not eaten. So if someone can give them a bit of food, I like to start with need rather than greed or people playing you. Start from the most positive interpretation. She's going to die if she doesn't get some food in her. Or maybe it was a misunderstanding because I'd put a message out that day saying we were going to have an open day the next day. And if for my thoughts were, if you get 4 or 5 people here and they each bring, one brings a crate of beer and one brings a couple of bottles of wine and somebody else brings a bit of, some burgers or some hot dog sausages and buns or something. You know what I mean? Get a bunch of people here who all bring stuff in, and I can kind of ponce off them a little bit because I'm the homeless guy living in the field. I mean, I was thinking I'd get some benefit from such a thing. I don't want that to sound as bad as it sounds. I overstate, you know. But if one guy brought a 12 pack of beer and someone else brought some bottles of wine and someone else brought some burger buns or hot dog buns, we could have a open house, a Friday night in the field. Um, I still like that idea in summer. We're getting too late in the year now, really. It's surprising how short that period was, guys. Do you remember when I was in here doing these inside the tent on a Friday night? And then we started doing them outside for a little bit. And then just a few weeks later, we're back in the tent on a Friday night. Or a Sunday night or a Monday night, whenever they fall. It's not that it's cold outside at the minute. It's wet. It's damp. The dew. If I'm outside with a phone and a tablet, and there's water in the ports on the bottom, or covering the screen, it's all a little bit iffy. There's only so much damp these devices will put up with. Okay. Yeah, so that was UK Richie. Oh, whoa. It's jumping on me. It's very weird. What could they possibly expect to achieve? What I think sometimes, what I suspect some of these people, by initiating a conversation, shouting and asking, they get to wander into the camp. Then they get to suss it out a little bit. What has he got? What could we take? What could we come back and take another time? Now, the last year I've been here almost continuously. I mean, I'll walk 100 meters that way or 100 meters that way, carrying Tina for morning for her morning ablutions. Well, for any of her ablutions. I'm not going to spend 10 minutes putting her in a chariot so that we can go off and then she can shit or piss all over the chariot. I want to take her for a walkies before and get that out of her system, shall we say. So her morning walkies are just this way and that way, and very occasionally we'll get to a cliff top or something. While I'm carrying her. It's getting more and more difficult. I don't think she's getting heavier. I think I'm getting weaker. Haven't been eating properly this summer. I mean, there is that. That's a definite thing. Most of my meals all summer have been either cup of soups, packet soups that fill a pan, or mashed potato and a flavour. Sometimes a mashed potato and a soup, or a soup and pasta or rice. But these are lightweight meals, and I've only really been having one meal a day, except for when like Anthony brings me a breakfast when he's over. Karen will bring me sandwiches and some fruit sometimes. Who am I missing? There's more. There are other people that will. My friend Adela, when she comes, brings food. But other than when people are bringing me meals, It's been lightweight stuff, or there'll be days go by where I just don't eat. Last couple of days. So okay, Ismo took me out and treated me to breakfast. That's fantastic. But after that, Karen brought me a couple of sandwiches, a baguette chopped in half kind of thing, and then she gave me a baguette. And all I've done with it is put aioli on it. And that's been food for 2 or 3 days. The aioli and baguette. That'll be my only meal all week, all day. Only meal all week. I'm not. When it was summer, I mean, it was so hot. That's another bag of coins. When it was summer, it was so hot. I didn't want to cook a hot meal, and most of the time, I didn't have anything here that was just grabbable as food. You know, I think Karen brought me a couple of tins of beans at one point, and so on a couple of nights, I was able to just crack open a tin of. One was Heinz, Heinz baked beans. So just crack that open and just do the man thing. And I had bread as well, some proportion of a baguette, dipping in the beans and eating, and then just eating the beans. There were some of the beans white. They just call them, basically it translates as white beans here in Spain. I've got no idea what they actually, I don't know if there's a proper name in another country. But they just have these jars of white beans. Ready to eat. It's a jar. Everything in a jar is ready to eat. The nature of jars is that the stuff inside can just be eaten. I can't think of a single example of something comes out of a jar that you can't just eat. Some things might be better if you warm them up, like hot dog sausages. But you don't have to. You can just eat everything. The part of the canning process is that everyone gets cooked. You have to create that heat inside and then have the shrinkage as it cools, which creates the vacuum that seals the lid on. That's my understanding of things, unless somebody wants to correct me. Are you out there, Rob? Rob likes to correct me when I get things wrong. Rob Ryan. Well, Marie said goodnight. That was probably quite a while ago. Hold on. That was 12:40. Oh, it's only 3 minutes ago. You may be still here, Marie. Good night. Jars of creosote are heavy going. Okay, mate. Yeah. I wouldn't want to. I mean, does it make a difference whether you heat it up or not? The result's probably the same either way. That was a clever sort out there. Have I nearly finished this already? I'm a lot further down. I took an hour and a half to finish the first one, and after 45 minutes, I'm almost there. Okay, folks, topics for conversation. So I said I went out for breakfast with my mate Ismo, and Tina did really well again with her chariot. The only problem is Torrevieja has some really high curbs. Because they don't put drainage in the roads, there's no proper drains in the roads. The roads are the drains. So all these hills, the water's just carried down to certain points where it aggregates or congregates. What's the difference between aggregating and congregating? I don't see one. Anyway, to gather and to add up. I don't know. All the water ends up, and so certain places you end up with these really tall, like, whereas the normal curb might be, I don't know what's a normal curb, 4 inches, 6 inches. you can end up with these. They end up in certain places with 9-inch high or more curbs. Like it's a real fucking step up. Where was I going with that? Oh, and if they haven't built a ramp down to the road, so if you're pushing like a pram or a wheelchair or you've got a doggy chariot, doggy wheelchair, if you haven't got the slope going down to the road and then at the other side coming back up from the road, I gotta wait till she gets to the curb. Then I gotta pick her and the wheelchair up with one hand while I'm bending over with my bad back. She steps down, and then depending how far across the road it is, because there's no curb at the other side, no ramp at the other side, do I keep holding her up and her front legs just walk, or do I put her down? She walks across the road, and then I pick her up again at the other side and put her down. It's quite physical. Where the way we went, there were quite a lot of places where there wasn't a ramp down, or where you're on a corner and you have to go quite a way up the road to pick out a ramp to get down and across. Maybe there's a zebra crossing 50 meters up the road. I'm not doing that. So in the end, it was, and then, oh my God, when we got down past 222, or on the corner, there's a 222 is a complex that there's a nightclub, a pub, a pizzeria, lots of restaurants, there's places to sit outside through the day. There's cafe bars. There's all this going on off to the left. But on the right, really narrow footpath, and then there's a fucking lamppost or something, and you're trying to judge, have I got room to get through? We come across, and we stay on the road, and we go around. And there's these 3 people stood at a bus stop. The fucking scowls they gave us. Or gave me, I guess. So I get alongside them. And you've got that. So I'm like, what the fuck are you cunt scowling at? Get the fuck. And carry on walking. I got a little bit angry. They were stood, so it's a narrow pavement. We had an option of getting up and on the pavement, but then these 3 people stood at the bus stop would have been in the way. And I could just tell from the look of them, they weren't going to offer to step into the road or whatever. So we had to stay in the road with traffic coming from behind us, potentially buses because it's a bus stop. And then we got to go around parked cars and carry on the road another 20 or 30 meters till we can get in and up and on the footpath. So this is why I got a little bit vocal. Don't remember the exact wording, but you get the idea. I'm looking at them saying, what the fuck are you cunts scowling at? Cunts, fuckers, I can't remember what it was, but I try to be a really calm, rational, nice guy. But the cold look on their faces, the whole don't you dare get up on this footpath because we're here. Not nice people, any of them. I think it was a couple and then just a separate person. I don't think it's three separate individuals, but I mean the old woman in particular. Fuck. Now whether they understood a word I said or not, I don't really care. Congregate for countable, aggregate for non-countable. In aggregate. I would have thought aggregate was the countable one. To congregate is just to gather. I would have thought that was uncountable. Like the congregation at a church, a bunch of people who congregate, gather together. It's not that they're not countable, but they're not counted. When something's in aggregate, I would have thought that was being summed together. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's something that's changed over time. Jars of creosote are heavy going, slips down easier after heating. Now let's jump right back to I have some tomatoes that need using. I've got some tomatoes and somewhere I've got a bell pepper. I think it was red. I can't imagine which of the various bags it's in. Today I started taking, or maybe I started yesterday. So I got all these bags people have brought me, bags of, it's not just food, but bags of things. And there'll be, so it's basically, guys, there's two people or two groups. It's Karen and family, and it's Josie and family. I haven't seen Josie here yet tonight. But Karen and family and Josie and family. Josie was leaving the country the other day, back end of last week, whenever it was. So I've got all these bags from these guys, gals, I guess, girls mainly. And so you open it up and there's aluminium foil and there's cooking oil and there's, you know, and then there's just tins of this and random that and an onion and some garlic and some ginger, and so there's food and there's non-food. Poo bags. There's food and there's non-food. And I've just like left them there. They've been like in the way. I've been dancing around them. And I've started to kind of separate them out. I brought some of the tins and I started putting them on my veg rack. Sorry about that. So we got tins of tuna. I got this cardboard wrapper thing, and I thought, oh, 3 tins of tuna. No, I'm not sure if it's 6 or 8, but and it got wet and it's fallen apart, and so all the tins are individual. Like I said, there's bin. I've got more bin bags than you can shake a stick at. Every different size, shape, and colour. I could almost set up a bin bag shop. Almost. So I'm trying to separate these things out into food versus kind of utilitarian. Bin bags, duct tape, doggy poo bags. It's taken me like a week and a half to start to think of that and start clearing my floor. My floor was so stacked with things, it was getting too difficult to dance around it all. Now I've separated off the non-food stuff, but all I've done is pile it on my chair. I haven't found a home for it yet, but I will. Maybe. By the time I leave this tent for the next. Is this fully charged? It is. What I'm going to do, just give us a second, folks. I'm going to unplug that and just get this up to charge. Oh yeah, it's only on 59, so that's good. UK Richie says I may well be wrong. I think he might have it backwards, but I don't know. Congregates people assembling aggregate, focus on the result of combining separate elements into a single, which is where I would go with counting if I was aggregating numbers. I don't know. We'll have to ask Rob Words. Hold on. Whoa, hello everybody everywhere. Fabrizio Fama has arrived in the house. Hello, sir. My cheese toasty turned out pretty good, very mustardy but tasty. That's what you want now. Imagine if you'd had Coleman's. Proper nosebleed mustard. Oh, it would have been so much better. I mean, I've heard of people putting like strawberries and stuff into a cheese toasty, but nah. You know? Cheese and strawberry. I mean, it could work. You get these like cheesecakes and things that are like a strawberry cheesecake, which is it's a different type of cheese, but I don't know, folks. It's not something I would probably do. Maybe I might try it one day. I don't know, but it's not. It's not where I would begin with my journey with cheese toasties. Um, Cheese and onion might have worked. Maybe you might have to brown the onions or something first. Caramelize the onion. Oh, that'd be nice. The only problem with caramelizing onions is you need between 45 minutes and an hour and a half of your life to spare. And that's a lot of gas as well. Caramelized onions in a cheese and onion toasty. I think that might be nice. See, stick with savoury. Stick with savoury. You all right, Tina girl? What's going on? You just woken up? Let's have a cuddle. Cuddle with my girl. Yeah. Oh, where are you? Oh, you're lying that way. I thought you were lying over here towards me. How did you get the other way? Okay. I'm just talking to the people still. Still going. Still talking to the peoples. Hello, peoples. Cheers, peoples. I see we've hit 22 on the thumbs up. So that's nice. If there's anybody here that hasn't, why not? It's free. Oh. What else have we got to talk about, folks? Did I finish whatever I was talking about, or did I break off in the middle? Zami Adams. Hello, Zami. Whereabouts in the world are you? Oh, Tombstone's in the house. Hello, Tom B. Stone. You know, it was only when you told me. I think you had to tell me that it was Tombstone. I didn't get you the change from your other Tom, from your other Thomas incarnation. Incarnate. Is it an I or is it an E? It might vary by language. I had a lovely Spanish neighbor once called Carnita. Same thing, same idea. Meat. What would you go with? Embodiment, embodied. It's the same idea as incorporate, isn't it? Corp being corpse or body, corpus. To incorporate a company is to turn it into a person. A legal person, not biological. It's DM down and out. It can be. Why is this? Hold on. Why is that rocking? That's better. That's solid. Sorry, folks. I don't know what. French mustard was a poor second. I think so. You definitely need Coleman's nosebleed. It was probably a good second. I wouldn't have said a poor second, but caramelized onions is easy. It's easy. It's just time consuming. Chop your onions. Get your pan hot. Moderate, medium heat to begin with. Salt to draw the moisture out of the onions. You could maybe salt them half an hour beforehand if you wanted, and then try and paper towel them dry, get the moisture away. Put them in the frying pan. Maybe a little bit. Now, here's some variations on a theme. Jamie Oliver would say to put a little bit of water in the pan. So the steam, put water in and a lid on, steam them to begin with. He says draws extra moisture out. I think you risk putting moisture in. But he's Jamie Oliver and I'm not. Lid off. You want a shallow pan, so you want a frying pan wide and shallow, so the steam goes away. You don't do this in a proper full pan, because the moisture will hover above the onions and you won't get rid of it as quickly. So a shallow, wide frying pan. Excuse me. You want to get that moisture away. You want to keep going. And yeah, you've got to get once the moisture's gone, you can start frying properly. But anywhere between 45 and 90, I've heard people say 90 minutes, but that seems maybe too low and slow. And the price of gas or whatever nowadays, electric, if you're doing it that way, that's too much. That's too long. Did I already say goodnight to Mary? I think I did. Marie. Sorry, Marie. "10 minutes," says Tom. Not to get them properly caramelized. No way. Caramelized onion and cheese toasty sounds wonderful. It does, doesn't it? I mean, it's like a normal cheese and onion sandwich, but just taken two levels up. Look again, it's at least 23. What is 10 minutes 23? I got no Tom's making butter chicken with 2 onions and some cocoa milk. Butter chicken. I've watched. Did I watch Uncle Roger taking the piss out of Jamie Oliver on butter chicken? I've got a feeling I did, because Jamie used hardly any butter. Who's the other guy I watch? James Makinson. He's a chef and he does reaction videos to other chefs, as well as who's the Italian guy? The Italian guy that I watch. He's always talking about his nonna. And he is called... I'm sure it begins with a sh. Well, it sounds like a sh. It might not. Oh, now, guys, you've got me... I got to go off now and power up YouTube on a separate device. Vincenzo. I told it began with a sh. And I didn't see it here. I remembered it before I looked. He hasn't even got a video in this. There's no... Just to prove it. Oh, shit. No. Just to prove it. There is no Vincenzo in that list. It's going to be backwards. It's going to be mirrored for you. For your delight and delectation. I didn't click here and read it. I got here and then realized I didn't need to be here. I told you that Vincenzo began with a sh. Do you see how the memory hooks work? Fuck. Vincenzo. My favourite chef online, Chef Jean-Pierre. But I watched another French guy recently just rip the shit out of English mustard. He did a recipe and he was talking about mustard and he said, can you substitute, instead of Dijon, can you use English? No, never use English. If you use English mustard, you're not a chef. Just fucking... No, English mustard. That's not even mustard. He just went off on one for like the hour of the recipe. He just ranted about English mustard not being mustard. Highly entertaining. Jacques. No idea. If I saw it, I'd say that's him, but I'm not going to get there. Pan? Jacques. I might be pulling that out of nowhere. I got no clue. Butter chicken as cheese toasty beet. Oh, it's apples and oranges. One's a meal, one's a snack. One's a supper, one's a main meal. Hold on. Where we got? Farmer says, with a lid it dries moisture out quicker because it becomes like a pressure cooker pressure cooker effect. It gets hotter and drives more moisture out. So then you take the lid out and it all disperses as long as it's a shallow pan. End result needs time, no shortcut. Well, one shortcut is sugar. Now, you're caramelizing on top of the onions rather than caramelizing the onions, but it's a hack ish, maybe. Some people think so. I wouldn't. It's not my way of doing it. But if I was low on gas with my gas bottle, I might consider it. I guess I might give it a go. Where are we? Pound smash. Hold on. Oh, it jumped again. Once it jumped one way, then it jumped the other. Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, kick. Click the like button and subscribe. I would say if you're new here, don't subscribe until you've seen 4 or 5 of my videos, especially my proper videos. These live streams are a little bit of a departure from what the channel's main content is supposed to be. Tombstone says butter chicken is a British dish. India might argue. I've certainly seen people argue. Well, grinding some, you see, cashew with your mortar. You see, that wouldn't really be a British thing. Shout out to Pete's Pans. I'm not aware of. Okay, you see, when I play this back tomorrow, or when I ever eventually get around to it. No, I agree, Farmer. No sugar. I know it's a cheat. It's a hack. It's like pouring toffee or caramel over your onions rather than caramelizing the onions. No, I get it, but I was just offering it as a. Somebody said, was it Tom? Somebody said there was no shortcuts. It might have been UK Richie said there's no shortcuts. That's one maybe shortcut. I've lived in India 2 years. Butter chicken is British. Okay, I'm not gonna argue. Are we all familiar with Uncle Roger? The guy's called Nigel. Really, he's a comedian, but he used to work in restaurants, and so he's got. And he's what is he? Philippines or Malaysian or somewhere over in that direction. He says been entirely racist, ignorant rather than deliberately racist. But yeah, he brings his comedy to reviewing cookery channels, cookery videos, and he also can. I mean, he obviously can cook. I mean, he's been challenged by other people, and he seems to have held up his end when it came to being challenged. I don't know Pete's Pans. I'm gonna have to look at that one. I agree entirely, UK Richie. Properly caramelizing the turn the starch into the caramel, caramelizing the starch. Whereas adding sugar isn't needed if you do it properly. But it's a hack. It's a potential shortcut of sorts. If you're in a hurry, if you haven't got 45 minutes to an hour to spare. Curry sauce could be called an English dip. It often is. Chicken tikka masala is about as British as you get. It's our national dish. Um, Hold on. Prove it, mate. I was singing Delhi 2 years. Singing? Of course, it inspired from there, but the modern butter chicken was cashews. I don't know. I don't think the British are renowned for using cashews in cooking. Hacks are good if they work. Yeah, let's not argue. I'm not going to argue with anybody. Oh, let me reposition. I might have to go for a call of nature in a minute or three. Coming up on the end of the second can of beer. But if I do go, I'm going to navigate past Tina. I've got to put my shoes on because the carpet's wet through still. And I've got to get across the obstacle course to the other side of the tent, pretty much in the dark. I don't know where my lights are other than this one. They're not here. And they're not there. Are they? Hold on. Did I put it? No. No, they're not there. I'll have to do it in the dark. In fact, I'm going to have to go sooner rather than later, folks. What can I do? I'm going to finish this. I'm going to pick that up. Pick that out. Oh, retrieve the full one. Oh, and what I can do, in case we go on later or longer, I'm going to have to go quick. Those are unstable. Farmers here to watch the lamp come and attack. I'm gonna turn the microphone off, folks. Oh, I gotta go before it starts on its own. Hello, hello. Sorry about that. An intermission. I brought a few extra cans across because I think I'm wide awake. I know I yawned a little bit earlier, and now that I've said that, I'm going to yawn, aren't I? Because that is the nature of yawning. Oh, hey babe, how are we doing this? And why are you not properly under? Oh, not your head. You want to put your head under? Okay. Dog. I'm going to show you this. I got to show you this. Oh, it's washed out because of the brightness of the light. These two cans, and then the lamp. You can't quite see that. You can't see how precarious that is. How much that's leaning forward. Yeah, okay, you get a sense of it there. It's not the greatest sense of it. So I think I did that just for Fama, just for Fabrizio. He likes to tell me about how that lamp likes to attack me, and I can't rule out that possibility right now. Cheers, you guys, all you regulars. Thank you for, I guess, helping a homeless guy spend a Friday night or evening, depending where you are in the world. I guess morning if you're. Could even be. Could it be afternoon already in parts of Australia? No, maybe not. Not quite. Close. Late morning if we've got any Aussies there. Akadaka I haven't seen in a while. Unless he's lurking. Yeah, chicken tikka. Yeah, isn't that allegedly Glasgow? Chicken tikka masala. I think it's disputed. I think I heard somewhere in Lancashire trying to lay claim. But strong argument, yeah. Yeah, wet carpet inside the tent is not fun. I'm gonna. There's so much stuff on top of it. Keep those beers away. Yeah, it's perched on top of empty beer cans, but I guess it is like at a 45-degree angle to where I would put this one when I put it down. Where was I? I was talking about something else and I've just distracted myself. Wet carpet, yeah. I'm thinking of throwing the carpet away. The place will dry. It will get wet inside the tent. When this field almost floods, which seems to be the new norm now whenever we get one of these danas, these gota fria, cold drops. Whenever you get these big thunderstorms that last 2 or 3 days, this field will flood or will get very close to it. Even if it doesn't flood, there'll be streams running down here, and one of them branches off from the main riverbed and comes under the tent, apparently. And you just can't keep a plastic sheet that's laying on top of stones and things. You just can't keep it intact for 5, 6, 7, 8 months. We're currently somewhere between 5 and 6 months, I think, since we put this tent up. And there's obviously, where the floor is rubbed on stones, there's going to be holes. We had mice in here a little while ago, maybe 3 months ago. I don't know how they were getting in. It's possible that they've come up and through somewhere that I can't see because carpet. I don't think so. I think that more likely the wire from the solar panel comes in through a little zip. I might have left it open and they could have just walked up the wire. But I'm thinking of getting rid of the carpet because when it dries out, it's sludgy. When it's wet, when it's dried out, it's powdery. It's dirt. It's soil. There's a lot of dust and muck. When it's wet, it stinks vile, and the flies just like the wet atmosphere. I think they lay their eggs in the wet. I had no idea what the gestation is, but the number of flies that we've had in this tent the last 2 or 3, and I've run out of fucking fly spray, haven't I? Almost. I mean, as near as I am preserving. I can't find it. Yeah, I'm preserving. There's. I don't know if you can hear that. There's that much. You can just about hear it, but only just. So I'm waiting till middle of the afternoon when they're all over the place and just a quick spray around. I got to go. I guess, folks, it's time that I went shopping. I haven't been to a supermarket yet this year. Where are we? Halfway through October. Do you think... Hold on. Hold on. Oh. See, I silenced the phone earlier. I silenced the phone. What's it called? It's not called silent mode, is it? I turned off the plinky plonkies. UK Richie, are you still here? I don't know whether you mind me saying or not. You are still here. I did just read from you. Get rid of the carpet, replace it with natural animal skin rugs. You want me to start hunting rats and build a rat pelt rug, like a sheepskin rug, but with rat pelts. Thank you, UK Richie. Thank you. I didn't know because I turned off the. What's it called? I gotta go looking now because I turned it on. I couldn't find it in forever, and then I found it. I do not disturb because of the. Ordinarily, something like that creates there's a vibration and that do. Terrible impression of the fucking audio, but you get that and the vibration. It makes a racket for people who are watching. So I turned it off, and then I didn't know that you'd done it. Thank you. Honestly, guys, I only put the link there at the minute. I'm doing all right. I'm okay. I only put the link there at the minute. Sometimes some new people will come in and they're like, "How can I fucking help you? You're not helping me to help you." And it's just to head off the argument. I don't know if anybody remembers. It's maybe 2 months ago now, but we had a new guy come in and got all bullshit that he wanted to help me, and I was like, "Yeah, it's in all the descriptions. You don't need me to have a." I think what had happened was Jack Attack will maybe confirm this for me. I'd been cut off, and I'd had to do like a part 2. I'd had to set up a new stream. I couldn't get back in to the first stream. And so when this guy was like demanding that we have a link, I didn't remember that we weren't in the initial stream. So he didn't have there was no description. The description was empty. Like today, oh God, I haven't said this yet, have I? I've waited until 3 hours in nearly to give you the tale of tonight's fucking woes with YouTube. So I create a stream. And I'm finalizing, and no, not made for kids. And normally then there'd be 2 buttons, done and go live. Even though I've set a future time, a couple of hours later, I've set a future time, you get 2 buttons, done and go live. No, not this time. Not for kids. Going live! No! What the no, I'm not going, no! It's like fucking 7:30 or 8:30. No, we're not going fucking live. Didn't have the norm. It skipped a step and just went live. And it kept doing this like all fucking... I recreated... I had to type that... After I'd done the first one, I'd pushed it out to YouTube, like the community or whatever that's called, the posts. and to Twitter. What I didn't realise was I'd not finalised the post. I was spreading it out from within the creation, from within the setup. And then when it did this go live thing and I cancelled it, got rid of it. So I had to come back in and do again. This time I got a typo in the title. And if you look at the title of the video, which I can't see, someone told me it's like the wrong word. It is a word, but it's not the... it was meant to be a quiet week, and it's a quit week. Bastards. Honestly, 10 goes at editing that fucker. So I'm out of it, and I realise it's a typo. Got to go back in. Edit the title. Just stick the extra E in the... Okay. Description's on. Got to tap the fucking put the description. Okay. Save it. The future date's gone. So it wants to go live right there, right then. Or one of the times it wanted to go live at midnight at the end of that day, the beginning of this. Such a fucking time and time, round and round in circles, and it kept going live, and I'm deleting, live, delete. It kept, if you do it quickly enough, apparently, it keeps the setting. It doesn't just throw it away. If you're too slow, it does. It's just a fucking battle. Trying to create a YouTube stream from within the YouTube app on Android is just so... I see so many people now going live, and it's just using their avatar, the grey rectangle with a circle of their whatever their avatar is. It's a nightmare. I can tell who's doing it all through mobile and who's doing it through an actual fucking computer. It's crazy. Get rid of the carpet, replace with rugs. Yet flies indeed need water to lay eggs. Unless they can find meat, they will go for raw meat if they can find that with their little maggoty things. Hold on. Yeah, quitter rather than quieter, yeah. I posted the link for them, although still asking for it. Yeah, people don't read back. Oscar, back in a minute. Just made beef burgers, chips, and baked beans. The theme for the night was nosebleed mustard, Coleman's mustard. You gotta fit some Coleman's into the meal somehow. Maybe not. I think by burger you mean just the patty, or have you got the whole the bun? I posted the link for them, although still asking. Yeah. Something about the barbarian Pooksy. I just want to behave. Is that disco? What are we doing there? It looks very John Travolta-esque. I'm getting a pain down the side of my neck. What am I doing wrong? I guess I'm slouching and twisting. Could I hold it here for a while? Oh, I'm too dark. What if I do this? It's not the bee's knees, is it? How about if I... Is that not plugged in? Why is that not plugged in? When did I unplug that? Hold on. Wait a minute now. I don't remember unplugging that. Now I've got to put this back down there. Now I'm all in shadow. Now, not just in shadow, I've got my hand in front of the fucking camera. I'm doing it all wrong, guys. No, that wasn't what I was doing. We were on the middle and we were charging. Why are we not charging? Let's have a look. That's not really it, is it? Oh, that one. Can we do that? Just twisting at that angle, folks. I'm getting a crick in my neck. Let's see how we go from here. Let me know how bad you think that is. UK Richie's got to head off soon. It's been a long day. I agree, it has. At 1:30 in the morning here. That's long. Good night if you've gone already. I'm probably a little bit behind. Skull for debt. Cheers for that. I'm going to go with. Shaggy. What? Just the burger. Okay, just the patty. Okay. Chips, bean, daddy's sauce. Okay, yeah, okay. I'll allow no nosebleed mustard if you go with a daddy's or a HP. I mean, the Houses of Parliament sauce is as good as any. But yeah, daddy's is right up there as well. There are only two makers of brown sauce as far as I'm concerned. Change of lighting reminds you it's Halloween shortly. This face should just remind you it's Halloween shortly. Good night, UK Richie. Have a good one, mate. Score for that is entirely correct. Yeah, you see, I can read Scandinavian. As long as it's not the runes. I can't read the runes. Hey, Josie. Hola. Hello, hello. Gold. Not only have I never tried Gold Star brown sauce, I've never even heard of it. There are only HP and Daddies. I need a surface. I need a surface over here. I am just getting this. Maybe I can put it back over here. Just bear with me. I know hands are all over the place. I know it's a mess. Maybe I can do this, but just not twist myself into such a... Don't tell Farmer about the cans. I have gone full brightness again. Oh, we've got a can in view, look, and I've got too many... Here's the alcohol I was using to clean my wounds when everything went rancid, when my legs went bad. That was bad, guys. I had 8 or 9 open wounds about that big, and some of them were about that bloody deep. Can I do this from just sitting up? But you'll have to put up with me being at a bit of an angle. Otherwise, unless I do twist my whole body, maybe that. It's not the most elegant solution. And we have gone super bright on the light. I go medium. Oh, that's not gonna stay. That's not gonna work. So Oscar's back with us. Tombstone, once we were brothers. Once we were warriors. I remember that was wasn't that a Maori or Aboriginal film, Australia maybe. But yeah, no, the me being able to read. No, I guess if you find a word that seems close, you can sometimes just guess, can't you? Joe's is a little late. That's okay. Have you been out? Have you been somewhere? You know, as long as you've used your evening productively. Don't let the yeah. When the lamp falls, don't let it hit the full beer. That's it's quite substantial. It's full at the minute, so it's quite substantial. I don't think it would be knocked over easily. Lots of people still here. We got a few here still. Yeah, yeah. We just hit the 3 hour mark a little while back. I should have toasted everybody, I guess. And I think I was distracted because I didn't really. I'd turned the beeps and what have you off on the phone, and so I'd not realised I'd had a PayPal donation from UK Richie that left. Did he leave a little while ago? So yeah, that's nice. As I say, folks, I'm not in desperate need for anything at the minute, but if I do build up any funds, it'll either get spent on Tina or on a some form of refrigeration. Is still in the it's still in the sights. It's still I am wavering on the format. I had decided I preferred upright, but Roger's kind of right that a chest freezer style, one that opens the lid so the cool air sits in the bottom, is a lot more efficient. Now, how much more efficient, I'm not sure. I can imagine a fridge, every time you open it, you lose, what, 2/3 of the cold air out of it? So that while the sun's shining, do what you want. Nighttime, never open it, maybe. So you reach a point at like 5 in the afternoon where you take out anything you're going to need and put them in a cool box with some ice that you've made through the day in the freezer part. Maybe. Or maybe you just buy the chest freezer style. But I know I will end up digging about and rooting about and it'll become disorganized. The first time I'm looking for something and I can't find it, any pretense at organization, you gotta look at yourself and your own weaknesses, I guess. And tidy and organized are not words that you would use in this context. The only time you'd use those words when you're talking about me is when you say, he's not tidy, he's not organized. I'm also wary that if I got like like my cool box, but powered by a compressor, that's what we're talking about. The lid provides a flat surface. You just know that I'm going to dump shit on top of it. And that means every time I want to go in and get something, I got to pick stuff up and find. Then I got to go in and root around and make a mess and find what I'm looking for. Then I got to close it and then I got to put the stuff back up. The work escalates because every flat surface in here is just a fucking disaster zone. Maybe I can set that as a goal for this weekend. Just clear off the flat surfaces. You got to find somewhere else to put everything. Cooking food for Peter and had guests. Guests? I'm guessing that's guests. Oh. If it's full, drink some quick. Cheers, Jack Attack. Thanks for giving permission. Clean house, clean head. Yeah, empty house, empty head. That would be me. And there's Jackie saying, I think I'm up to date. I think I got caught up. Switch to top and back to live. Yeah. Scroll back in case I did miss anything. It was jumping about a little bit. No, everyone was just saying hello to Josie. You don't want an empty head. Sometimes I feel like I've got one already. When I can't make these connections and come up with the right word at the right time. I'm watching myself regress. Yeah. I don't know, folks. Do I still need this? I turned it on because I don't think that makes enough of a difference to matter. I'll see if the batteries. That's my overnight light. That's kind of my night light, a soft glow in the tent. Although the what do you want to call it? The tennis racket of death. I know you're not going to be able to see very well for a second. Yeah, okay. You don't need me to put a lamp on there. There's the tennis racket of death. That gives a kind of an eerie blue glow to the whole tent at night when the other lights are all off. Let me see whether I can do this and this. Look at that. Hey, babe. I hope I'm not waking you up. Are you asleep? Why does it look like there's something white on your nose? Oh, no, it's a quilt between your head and your leg. Okay. There's my Tina girl. Nightclub vibe with a blue light. I would hesitate to say it, but it's almost bisexual lighting. If there's a little bit of purple over there, go with the blue. Not my thing at all, but you know, each to their own. Nightclub vibe, yeah. The tennis racket of death. The ball should be imagine the ball's a fly or a moth or something, Jack. But yeah, I think it's been fairly quiet tonight, hasn't it? It's only gone off once or twice during the live stream. Yeah. I don't know, folks. 25 thumbs up, that's not bad, is it? 25. I got no clue what the record is anymore. Was it something like 44 or 45? We're not going to make that. By 6. Can't afford it, mate. Can't afford it and no good at it. Of course, Tina's asleep. She's saying, what the hell, you still up, and what's that? What's with that light? Do you know the number of times in the night that she wakes me up? Oh, quite common at the minute. So my bed is 2 mattresses on top of a bed frame with no legs. But there's a bed frame. Well, actually, there's 2 bed frames, a big one and a smaller one next to it. Well, she keeps. I took all the bedding off the other day and took it outside and just put it out in the sun. It didn't need to dry, per se, but just a bit of ozone and ultraviolet, just air it off a little bit. Then I built the bed back up, made the bed. Now she keeps falling off the side, and I wake up in the night and there's this mad scratching around trying to, because she's only got a front paw. She's trying to claw away up and onto. She can't get off the floor and onto the bed, so she has to disturb me enough to wake me up, and I'll put my hand behind her bum and just. She's still pulling with her front legs. I'm just giving her a boost. It's like when you're spotting at the gym, when you're helping someone else do weights. You don't just grab the weights off them. They're struggling, and you just give her a help, don't you? It's like that. I just give her a boost up and out of the ditch around the bed. But sometimes it's twice a night. Whoa. There's a mozzie. There's a mozzie. I see a mozzie. No. I thought I got him. In summer, I'm about 1 in 3. Every 3 attempts I make at grabbing a mosquito, there'll be smush in my hand, you know? It's close. If I'd have gone further, if I go at it harder, I would have just knocked that light over. And we don't want to knock the light over because the beer's next to it. Where was I? So that's in here, we got that. Red light district. Yeah, okay, no, we don't want to go there. I haven't got the money. I would be spending your money far too quickly, guys. $30 seconds wouldn't really be good value. Let's not make those fucking jokes. Let's not go there. So, guys, nobody's told me what kind of week they've had. Anybody had any interesting incidents? No stand-up knockdown fights that run for 2 hours like mine last week. No storms flooding you out of house and home. Somebody must have had something interesting happen. I mean, come on, Jack. You live in Glasgow. It's basically Batman country. You must have seen incidents or been involved in incidents. You can't live in Gotham City and not just say more shit. That's no good, mate. That's no good. I was looking for entertainment. I need shit to talk about for the next hour or two if we're going to keep going. All right, Delta Force Mike. Recount. Oh, fam, I missed it all. Oh, I don't know, mate. It probably better just to watch last week's. I went over it twice. Can I do a potted 5-minute right? When we hit 3 minutes 18, at 3 hours 18 on the counter, I will begin. And when we hit 3:23, maybe 3:25 if you're lucky, I will stop. Go. Okay. I was awake at night and Tina had indicated she needed to go out. And there was some banging coming from the top of the road. So I went to the top of the road. There's a guy with some kind of cylinder on his shoulder and he starts smacking the Repsol garage, petrol station, gasoline area or whatever they call them. I made my presence felt. I coughed loudly. He went around the back. He stopped trying to vandalize or break in. Whatever it was he was doing, he stopped. He went around the back. I went around the back. He's on his phone. I presume to friends, because who else would he be calling at that time of night? Maybe he's got friends here with him and I'm just not seeing them. So I walk past. I make my presence felt. And I indicate to him that I know he's up to no good and that maybe he should leave. He's been on camera, I assume, at the petrol station. And I invite him to leave and he says no. Then he gets all threatening and he comes at me. So the next time he comes at me, I let go of Tina's lead. I'm carrying Tina's back end. Tina's with me. I'm carrying her back end with the belt. I put her on the ground gently. And then I put him on the ground not so gently. And while he's on the ground, I give him a few punches, you know. And he indicates that it's over and I let him up. And I indicate that he should go and he acts like he's about to leave. And then he flies at me while I'm still holding her. And I put him on the ground again. And this time, I'm not so polite. This time I kick him in the head and smack him in the head. And then I get down and wrestle with him and more or less get him in a chokehold. I let him know that I could have choked him out if I chose to. And he indicated it's over. Okay. Now he starts to leave, and so I cross the road and I start to come home. He changes his mind and comes back and follows me down the road. Well, he waits till I'm more or less down the road, and he sees that this is where I'm going. This is where I am. Missed. And he comes and he starts a fight. And I punch him and put him on the ground. And he leaves. And he lays down at the top of the road for 2 or 3 minutes. And he comes back down. And he's got stones in his hand and he starts throwing stones. I take throwing stones as potentially lethal. Therefore, I authorize deadly force on my, I allow deadly force back. If someone's potentially trying to kill me, I'm going to fucking kill you. Potentially. Anyway, I win this and he goes off. I'm better at the stone throwing than he is, and he goes off again. This time he comes down. He says, whoa, whoa, I mean you no harm. And I mean you no harm. I mean you no. And then he tries to punch me and stuff, and he ends up on the floor again. And this goes on and on and on and on. I mean, I lost track. I mean, 15 or 20 times he's up and down the road. Sometimes he takes off the other way, goes down the road rather than as if he lives down there. Chat's jumping all over the fucking place. And we got this thing going on. Anyway, at one point he wraps a load of stones inside his like his jacket. He wraps and he comes down. He says, I mean you no harm. And then he unfurls a whole lot, and there's a shower of stones hit me in the tent and break the tarpaulin. At some point the roof in the tent breaks. And we got all this going on. And then this one time he comes down, fronts off with me, faces up, and runs through the camp. Gets around me, runs through the camp, grabs pots and pans and throws 2 pans at me. Both hit me. One on the chest and one hits me kind of on the back of the head while I turn. I cannot find those pans. I cannot find them. And he runs off. Well, he grabs the tent and shakes the tent and runs off, and I chase after him. And somewhere up the field he falls over. 2 or 3 times, to be fair. I mean, he falls over, I kick him, he gets up, he runs off, falls over. At some point, somewhere in all of this, he cuts his hand really badly. He's fallen on glass, on metal, maybe just these sharp bushes that I don't know. But he hurts himself. And there's blood fucking everywhere. I mean, there's a lot of blood coming out. So you'd think he'd stop and fuck off and go home, but he doesn't. He lays down in the road at the top of this, on the main road. He lays down there, screaming about his, but then he comes back down and he kicks off again and again. Each time this happens, Tina goes out and I have to pick her up and put her back in, but I have to stay outside. I sit in a chair within my camp because I know that within the next 5 minutes he's going to come staggering back down the road again, dragging his feet back down the road. Time and time and time again. Every time we fight, he loses. Like by a clear fucking margin. Now people ask me, was he drunk? I was on the floor grappling with him at one point. We were this, didn't smell a thing. I did not smell alcohol on him. What else it might have been? I don't know. But this guy's like 25 or 30 and I'm nearly 60. And I'm beating him every round over 15 or 20 fucking rounds. Whether it's fists, whether it's kicking, whether it's stone throwing. I'm beating shit out of him every time. I just want him to go away, and he just doesn't. So in the end, so this started at like 4 o'clock in the morning or somewhere around there. 6 o'clock, I ring the police. Me ringing the fucking police. The equivalent of 999 or 911. The European number is 112. Do you know how long it took them to respond? It's been about a week and 2 days now. Cunts are still not here. Sorry for the C-bomb. I don't like to drop the C-bomb too often. When you dial an emergency number, while I'm talking with them on the emergency line, he's back and he's threatening me. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to fuck you. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And I'm like, can you make them be quick, please? Because the crazy guy's here right now. Can we? Yeah, they're on the way. Well, it's now nearly 10 days. It's at least 8, 9. I don't fucking. They're still not here. I managed to plant an idea in his head that he was bleeding a lot and that he needed to go to hospital. He might bleed out. And he went with that. That made him think it was... And he was. I mean, his own T-shirt was covered in it. The trousers I was wearing have got about 10 fucking blood stains down them. I did a video the next day. Not really. I'm going to release it tomorrow. I did a video. I've got 2 lots of his blood on my fucking cheeks in the video. I didn't fucking know. I was going to cut this off at 25. I've gone 2 minutes over. But that's about it until he came back the next day and wanted me to help him find his wallet and his phone that he'd lost in the field. By the way, he came back with both hands bandaged. I knew he'd cut one badly, but the other one, and both bandages have got blood soaking through. I don't know what he landed on, but he landed on it badly. Yeah, I mean, what do you do? But he wanted me to help him find his shit. And all I could tell him was, mate, you dropped your phone up at the garage, up at the petrol station, and I gave it back to you at one point because it was over. And then you reneged on that and you kept coming and coming and coming. I said, all I can tell you, if you've not seen it on the road there, is that you ran through the field this one time and you fell over about 3 or 4 times. And I traced the steps and pointed him to where he'd fallen and where, I'll be honest, every time he fell, I was literally fucking... I mean, this wasn't Marquis of Queensberry. This was a guy who knows where I live, was coming back time and time again, was trying to damage my home, my shelter, and was trying to damage me throwing stones. Potentially lethal stones. We're not talking pebbles. We're talking fucking rocks. So every time he came down, he got a good fucking pummeling. Whether it was fists, whether it was feet, however I dumped him on the floor and then whatever I did to him afterwards, I don't give a shit. This isn't Marquis of Queensberry. This is not boxing match. This is defending me, my home, my dog. Don't fucking mess. So yeah. So I called the police and an ambulance. I don't know quite how we got to hospital. I didn't discuss. He came back the next day. He wanted to find his stuff, and he apologized to me and went, "Ooh, alcohol." And I thought that wasn't fucking alcohol. There was no. I didn't detect beer. There was no smell of booze. I was there, fucking trying to choke him out and wrestle him out. I was there punching him on the fucking floor, banging his head on the concrete. I should be careful what I say here, folks. There are tests of reasonableness when it comes to self-defense and what have you. But he said, I'll apologize if you apologize. I said, get fucked. I apologise for nothing. Fuck are you talking about? You're attacking me, my dog, my home. I said, this was a day before a storm. It was the night of a storm beginning, according to the weather forecast. And I've suddenly got a rip in my actual tent, in the roof of my tent, about, I don't know, 12 inches long. I've got huge rips in the tarpaulin outside my tent over there, and some smaller ones where some of the stones and rocks hit. And over here where he shook it manually. And he wants me to apologise to him. You're fucked. The weirdest thing, these two pans that hit me, one hit me in the chest, one hit me on the head. Both pans are gone. Cannot find them. The week before, we had a big storm and a pan went. Can't find it. I've lost various lids from other pans. I am now reduced. My cooking capacity is massively reduced. I just don't have the fucking cookware anymore. That's the weirdest thing. 3 pans gone in 2 weeks. So yeah, farmer, that's the potted history. I went on 5 minutes too long. You really should watch the, I gave a better recount of it last week. Tombstone. I'll be in Spain within a month. If these guys are a problem, I don't mind the cells. Okay, I'm missing a story here from Josie. Hold on. Let me go back. Oh, it's jumped. Let me go back. I was ashamed. Okay, I was there with 3 other women. He was ashamed. Go back. I can tell what we're talking about. Some kind of flasher or something, but he climbed out. It's jumping. I can't get back to the first fucking. Tom said, I think you missed my message, but I reiterate, want to apologise for my rant some weeks back. Mate, no. We don't apologise for our rants here, because I do more rants than anybody else. Josie in Amsterdam saw an English tourist drive himself in a canal with a bicycle. I'm getting this cramp in my neck. The way he climbed out was funny. His trousers were stuck on something in the water. He was so drunk, too drunk to notice. Still climbing out and came to the quay without his trousers. Nice. I could see that the water was cold. Everything was shrunk. I was there with 3 other women, and he was ashamed. He jumped back in the water. We did call the police, afraid he'd drown. Some of those canals in Amsterdam, it's not like the water's just below the curb or the land, the bank. Some of them you have to climb down ladders. Yeah, and they're like 10 feet or 15 feet down. 15 feet, 5 meters down to the water. Yeah, no, I've seen that kind of thing on videos. Yeah. You know what, folks? This with my neck isn't going to ease off, I don't think. Let me see whether we can do. Oh, okay, we nearly lost the light there. This is a last ditch attempt. See whether we can make this work. If not, I'm gonna have to call it. It really is tightening up on me. right on the, what are these? The trapezoids, the traps. I think this is, isn't it? That part of the neck that comes down to the shoulder. I haven't really. They're a fraction of their former selves. I am a fraction of my previous self. When I lost all the weight when I first became homeless. No, that one. When I lost all the weight, I went from, let's think, for Americans, you'd be looking at about 200 pounds, 210 maybe, about 100 kilograms, maybe 220, 220 pounds. English, divide by 14 and you tell me. 7 14s and 98, yeah? So 14 stone, 15, let's call it 15 stone. Round it up a bit. 15 stone. Check my maths, somebody who's got an actual calculator at hand. If you go with 100 kilos and just convert to stones and pounds, I think I just worked out 15, did I? Yeah, I went from that down, so from 100 kilos I went down to 67. I'm not doing the maths, it's 2/3. So 2/3 of 220 pounds, 60, 130 pounds, maybe. And that's about 10 stone, isn't it? 9 or 10 stone. In old money. And a lot of my muscles, my shoulders, my chest, and stuff in on and around my neck and back, everything reduced massively. I think muscle went before fat went. Honestly, I was left with fat, but the muscle shrank. Not entirely, but to a large degree. But this, yeah, no, this. I've done loads of these videos sat here, haven't I? And we've got some that have been 5 or 6 hours. But today it's just pulling really tight. I don't know. Let me stop whining about me and see what you were talking about. This was a good recount, Mike, no problem. Yeah, you know. I was quite proud of myself. As a bloke that's, I say almost 60, what am I actually? 57 this time. Oh, I think that's right. 57 this time. My next birthday, which is about a month away. 57. And I'm taking on a guy in his, late 20s or possibly early 30s. And I'm winning every round. Like I got so much confidence, I started stepping into it. Just put the left arm up to block his wild right and then just do whatever I wanted. Shove him over, punch him. I could block with my left and then punch with the left still. I mean, it was like silly. It was. Police came with car and boat, says Josie. This is the guy who fell into the canal. That's funny. The zoids, the trapezoids, yeah. Go and lay down, it's late. It is fairly, isn't it? 2 o'clock. Maybe slept on a funny angle. I'm always sleeping on a funny angle because I have to twist and turn around a fucking dog all night long. Okay, folks. I don't know. Oh, you see, suddenly there's 14 people here. I thought I was running out of things to say and people were disappearing. There are new people arriving who have not hit the thumbs up. Maybe I just haven't entertained you enough. It's all a little awkward, folks, because I've had to pick the camera up so that I can sit facing it. I was getting a little bit uncomfortable over here. I was twisting funny. But if you haven't hit that thumbs up, please do, or at least consider it. If you're new here and you haven't subscribed, Don't. How's that? You don't hear many people say that. Oops. Where the catch? I caught the button. Must be there. Okay. If you're new here, don't subscribe. Not until you've seen 3 or 4 of my videos. Either these live streams, these TrampCast Hangouts, TrampCast proper, those are more structured, or my videos where I just detail my life as a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Someone who lives rough, or on the streets, or in my case, in a field. That's just some blurb that I say every now and again. But I am Delta Mike, or actually I'm not, but it's a character I play on the internet. My name's not Delta, my name's not Mike. NATO Phonetic Alphabet, anybody? DM. Those are my initials. Some of you know the full name. Most of you. If you've communicated with me directly, most of you know it. It's not allowed to be posted in chat. It is a blocked word. It doesn't get you banned or anything. It just makes your message not appear. That's just because I do have some family back in the UK, and you know, you don't want to be embarrassing people. Delta Force, that's kind of close. I'm not saying any more. I think I've said more in the past, but I got to keep that reined in a bit. What? So I did the Delta Mike. I did the down and out. Torrevieja, a city on the southeast coast of Spain, on the Costa Blanca south, which was just hit in the last 2 weeks, maybe 3. 2 huge storms, multi-day torrential rain, thunder and lightning, all of the stuff. And a little bit south of here, not too far south of here, in Murcia, they had a fucking tornado, a water spout, full-on fucking tornado. I live on the coast. That could have been here. That could have been here. Hey, babe. Hello, Tina. Can I show the peoples? Have you come talk to the peoples? Hold on. Here's my light. There's Tina. She's come to say hello. Hello, baby girl. Can I get a cuddle? Can I get a cuddle kiss? Kisses for daddy. Besitos para papi. Besitos. Let's see whether I can get a kiss. Come here, babe. Num, 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 num. Num, 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 num. Oh, I need to move the glasses out of the way, don't I? Here you go, sweetie. Hey, I don't know if she's on screen. Have I got her? Num, num, num. Can I get a kiss? No. You don't like the light, do you? Come on, kiss. Num, num, num. No kisses. ¿Por qué no besitos para papi? Why no kisses for daddy? Eh? All right. I don't want to concentrate on you too much. You steal the show. And there's a big internet movement at the minute away from people using their dogs as props online because Mr. Hassan Piker. But we won't go there because that touches on politics and I don't really want that argument tonight. I don't know if you know who this guy is. He's one of the top leftist streamers online, and he used a shock collar on his dog and pretended not to. Made his dog stay exactly in situ for many, many hours at a time. And as soon as she moved, zap. But yeah. What's going on, Tina? What? I got to move my leg up like that, haven't I? Put the light in place. Oh, and somebody's saying something here. She stole the show already. Okay. My friend who did start going back to Netherlands today must go by Madrid. because the AP7 is still... Is it not? The AP7 is closed. Because of the floods, because of the rain damage, storm damage. Probably mudslides and things from banks and things around it. I didn't know. The AP7, that's a motorway out of the Costa Blanca. Wow, I haven't kept up with you. I did see images from Torrevieja of the floods and bins and things being washed away, cars floating down the road. Farmer says 27 likes. I see 26, but I think I saw it higher before, and I think it's gone backwards. Somebody maybe check, guys. Maybe you've hit the thumbs up after you've already hit it, and you've removed it by accident. Tina, what's going on? Where are you? You've fallen off the bed, haven't you? Have you fallen off? Oh, dog. Hold on, folks. Hold on. I'm going to drag you back up here. All manually. All manual like. Just give me a second. Oh. Hey. No, you're okay. You're not in trouble. No. Just, you got to be on the bed, darling. You got to be on the bed, not down the gutter around the bed, okay? There you go. There you go. That's my girl. Lay down. Oh, no, not yet. Wait, let my leg out. Don't lay down on me. I've got to move back this way. Ordinarily, you could lay on me all night. You know I like a cuddle. But I'm talking to the peoples. Talking to the peoples still. Let's try and come back over here and see whether... See if we can do this and not get the problem with the shoulder. I do look quite brown in this light. I like that. Brown with a hint of red because I was out in the sun for a couple of hours with Ismo the other day. Farmar is at an end. Okay, he's got to go. Hope to stay longer next stream. I do as well. I hope to stay longer next stream. One day I want to do like a 12-hour stream, and then maybe one day a 24-hour one. But I don't know. Maybe I could turn that into some kind of publicity stunt or something and try and up those numbers. Is that you? I thought I heard some rustling, and I don't think it was Tina. You need some water. I'll get you a drink of water soon, sweetheart. She looks like she needs some water. I'm still here for a little while, folks. I'm still here for a little while, maybe. As long as if the shoulder pain doesn't come back. We need things to talk about, though, folks. You're going to have to help me out. I think I've got a sciencey thing to discuss. Maybe I can find a jumping off point from there. Let's see. Oh! I blame Farmer. Hold on, folks. I'm coming. Which way around are we? That's entirely upside down for the phone. Hold on. It wants to be that way, really. Fuck. Nah! Where's this for charging? 97. You can be spared. Where are we? We're on... We're down at 45, 46. We need the power more than the tablet does. Let's get that in there. Plink, plink. It's do not disturb, so it didn't make a noise, did it? We're on 45. Everyone's laughing at me. Oh yeah, it's far too early for Farmer to be sleeping. What are you, minus 6 hours? You're like 9 o'clock at night? 8:30-ish. I never know where you are in North America. Canada. Is it? Ontario, maybe. Not sure. Frank Nadoberty is in Vermont. So he's East Coast. You're not so much. Not sure where. Yeah. You're glad you caught it. Yeah, just as you're leaving, you caused it, you fucker. You didn't just catch it, you caused it. I'm sure of it. I'll have to watch a replay and double check that. I was about to check something, wasn't I? And I don't remember what now. Oh, I was going to look at whether I've got any sciencey things to prattle on about, just to fill the time and keep the stream going a little bit, because you lot aren't providing me with topics. It has a hazelnut in every bite. Good night, Farmer. Good night, Fabrizio. Keep the evil lamp away from the beers. Yeah, it only caught the camera. It did no beer. Oh, your life. It only caught the phone, the camera. It didn't catch the beer. We're all right on that one. Samsung Notes, isn't it? Let's have a look. No, it's for TrampCast Hangout. There have been a couple of really important sciencey things. Oh, this one. Get ready. One of my criticisms of science magazines and things is that there are certain topics you can always predict will be there. Week in, week out, or month in, month out. There will always be a new battery technology that's about to revolutionize the world. There's always a new photo cell for solar panels that's going to be 1,000 times more efficient than anything that we've got. Blah, 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 blah. And amongst them, there's always a Parkinson's disease cure and a new treatment for Alzheimer's that's revolutionary. And frankly, I get sick of hearing about them because nothing, rarely, is there actually any real progress. Excuse me. Usually, it's we've got an interesting find and we need more money to carry on with research. Once you read the article to the end and follow it to its logical conclusion. However, new Alzheimer's treatment. New Alzheimer's treatment. Not only are they suggesting, hey, there's a new treatment, they're turning upside down, potentially, the cause of Alzheimer's. Tina, go. Stop it. So here we go. Alzheimer's, you got these plaque buildups, this crap clogging up the brain. And science has been looking for 50, 60, 70 years to find what causes these plaques. If we can stop the plaques being created, then we can either slow down or cure or prevent Alzheimer's. This week, they say no. What if the brain has always produced these plaques, but normally they get flushed out through the blood-brain barrier? And what if the cause of Alzheimer's isn't the fact that the plaques are there, it's that the blood-brain barrier that's supposed to let them out isn't doing? And so you've got a total flip of what Alzheimer's disease is. Maybe the plaques are normal, but this barrier is supposed to let them out. And something's gone wrong with the barrier and it isn't letting them out. I think that's a remarkable flip. I think that's a truly... And not only are they suggesting this is like some random theory, they've got a treatment. They can make the blood-brain barrier let this shit out. In mice, at least. 40% reduction in plaques within 6 hours. And these mice then show a remarkable improvement in ability to remember their way out of a maze that they've been taught before, or to learn new things. Hours. And this shit, it's gone off, but I think they said that the treatment remains, 2 or 3 injections remains effective for months. At least 6 months. Now, that doesn't sound like a lot. Mice only live 3 years. This shit remains effective. Oh, we're looking at a sixth of the life of a mouse. That would be 15 to 20 years for a person. Well, people don't live to be 120 often. I think it's happened, hasn't it? You get the idea. 10 to 15 years in a person, potentially. And even if you needed other injections and boosters and 40% improvement within hours. 3 doses. Within 3 doses, the animals performed on a par with their healthy peers. So with non-affected mice in spatial learning and memory tasks. And the benefits lasted 6 months, at least 6 months. See, you're going to hit, when you're doing experiments on mice, because they only live for 3 years, you're going to hit certain limits, aren't you, on how long it can look like it carries on working. 3 injections, and basically cured. That's the most... So it says here, the novel approach supports an emerging hypothesis that the blood-brain barrier is weakened or impaired in Alzheimer's cases, leading to waste products piling up. We've spent all these years trying to tackle the waste products, the plaque. Trying to just make it not be there. But what if that's a natural process? It's just that ordinarily it gets carried out. The blood-brain barrier, which is difficult to say at this time of night, should be like a one-way valve allowing that shit out. And instead it's become a firm gate, making it stay in. Clogging the system, clogging the brain. That's intriguing. It's an interesting hypothesis, and they've tested the hypothesis and seem to have a working model of what to do about it. I love that. That's the kind of stuff that gives me the fizz. That's the all these new theories every week or every second week about how we can do such and such with Alzheimer's. Remarkable new cure, remarkable progress. We need more money to invest. Further research required. Fund me, say all these doctors and scientists. Finally, something that sounds like it could be a fucking way forward. In 6 months' time, or a year's time, or 3 years' time, I might be looking at this and saying, another failed hypothesis. But for the first time in ages, I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, yeah, makes sense. It just makes sense. I like that. Not just they're not just spitting out some random hypothesis. They've tested it. They've shown a probable way forward. And if it's true, it upturns everything and explains why for 50 years we've made no fucking progress. No significant, no massive progress. I like that. Tombstone says, I can't remember anything, but I'm chopping chicken. You could have been choking it. I have no idea, mate. Nobody in chat seems to be as excited about this as me. Okay. You don't rate a major advance, potentially, in the treatment or prevention of Alzheimer's. Oh, okay. We've hit 4 hours. I should maybe have ended on 4 hours. Especially if none of you are bothered about my my science news. All right, folks. I am running out of things to say, and you're not keeping me going. There's top chat. Here's live chat. Okay, let's wrap it up there. This should have been wrapped up maybe on the 4 hours if I'd been watching the clock. I don't watch the clock. You're a fucking mosquito, and I don't want you in here. And I just missed again. How many times can I miss in one night? Okay, folks, let's get out of this. She is awake, just to let you know. This isn't me waking her up. I thank you all for joining me on Friday night into Saturday morning. Thank you for keeping a tramp company. I'll try and bring a light around. No, it's gone the other way. But she's awake. Like I said, I'm not waking her up. Thanks a lot for being here, folks. But here we go. Hey, babe. Tina. From Tina, who doesn't want to look this way because of the light. From Tina. And from me, Delta Mike. Out.